Welcome to the place where dreams come true, where everything you want can be yours, if and only if you're willing to work for them, you're willing to hurt for them, but most of all, you're willing to be first for them. Look, I'm going straight to the top. I don't know how I would stop, like it or not. I got some goals that I'm hitting. You hear what I'm spitting? It's hot. Look what I got. Whole lot of passion and pain. The road to success is insane. Stay out my lane, cause I'm on a mission. I'm getting what stands in my way. Yeah, I'm a beast. I wouldn't play with me, baby. The way that I'm training is crazy, and I do it daily. You wanna talk about drive? I got more drive than Mercedes. I've never been lazy. I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Yeah, I gotta be first. Look, I don't want anyone's sympathy. I understand what it's meant for me. I give my focus and energy. If it's meant to be, then it's meant to be. But mentally, I'm undefeated. They hear that and say I'm conceited, like there's no reason. Like I don't beat them and come back again just to teach them that when you work under pressure, you reach higher measures. They'll try and bring you down, but you cannot let them, and only get better and focus on cheddar. Eye on the prize and you'll become a legend. Like, when I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Yeah, I gotta be first. They don't know what's gotten into me, how'd I turn pain into energy. Through all the struggle and hurt, remember my worth, and that's why I gotta be first.
One tricks, watch out. Security blankets are gone. Is there a deck that you love? Well, you know what? We're not going to see it today because this is the Mega Draft edition of the Snapdragon Pro Series. Juicy. It's go in, outpick your opponent, and get a big win.
Absolutely. I mean, there's no other game mode like it. You guys know how much I love Mega Draft. I can't wait to see the mind games during those drafts and even more during the gameplay.
Minnie, what is your favorite deck in all of Clash Royale?
I'm glad you asked.
It doesn't matter what your favorite deck is because there are no decks today. The Snapdragon Pro Series Mega Draft Open starts now.
Going till a player on top, know it. Rooftop, penthouse suite. If you really want it, gotta own it. Fly through it, we was at the lowest. Blood, sweat, tears, the components. Riding all year, now's the moment. We are not friends, we are opponents. Yeah, I'm coming for mine. Yeah, I'm making a play, the game on the line. Yeah, I've been on the grind. Yeah, jump in the spot, I made it my time. Yeah, look in the sky. Yeah, the stars align, no shade to shine. Can't stop it already. Emotional, working devotion. We put in this time. Look, you won't stop.
Hello and welcome to the Snapdragon Pro Series Mega Draft Open. I'm Rich Slayton, joined by World Cyber Games champion Jackson Juicy J. Wall and former CRO World finalist Minnie to bring you a phenomenal day of Clash Royale action. Of course, you're going to watch with us today, but you can follow along with all the things that happen in the Snapdragon Pro Series by joining us on social media at ESL Mobile, ESL_mobile on Instagram. And of course, if you want to play yourself and all the offerings the Snapdragon Pro Series has, both for Clash Royale and beyond, go to discord.gg/Snapdragon Pro Series so you can join in on all the action in the era of everyone. This has been a really fun year, and we have some more big-time stuff in the future, but one more hurdle today for our players to jump across here in Mega Draft. Let's take a look at the overall format for Season 4 of the Snapdragon Pro Series.
This season, Clash Royale players will form teams of 2 that will compete in 3 different game modes: 2v2, 1v1 duels, and 1v1 Mega Draft, with open qualifiers and open finals for each that eventually seed into a season finals that features all 3 game modes. First, in 2v2, players compete with their partners against other pairs. How far they make it in the 3 open qualifiers will determine how many points they earn. The top 16 teams will be invited to the open finals, where they will face off in an unforgiving single elimination bracket to determine one open finals winner. Let's move on to the second mode, which is the standard competitive game mode, 1v1 duels. At this stage, both members of a team compete as individuals. Just like with 2v2, there are 3 open qualifiers, and the top 16 players earn their places in the open finals. Here again, valuable season finals points are up for grabs, along with prize money for all finalists. As you can see, if a team gets both members to the open finals, they stand to generate a lot of points for their team. Next, we come to 1v1 Mega Draft, a unique game mode where players draft cards before their matches. As always, there are 3 open qualifiers that seed into the open finals, and finalists earn points and prizes based on their placement. After duking it out in all 3 game modes, our teams will come at last to the ultimate showdown, the season finals. We'll add up all the points each team collected, and the top 8 will be invited to a 2-day event that features a unique hybrid format and a $10,000 prize pool. Here's how it works. The tournament, single elimination, best of 3 bracket. The matches will be played in all 3 game modes, 2v2, 1v1 duels, and 1v1 Mega Draft. To win a set, a team must secure victory in 2 out of the 3 game modes. The squad with the best teamwork, strategy, and execution will rise to the top and earn the title of the Snapdragon Pro Series champions. 。
And that's how the players got here, the journey they took to make it to this moment. And of course, a little bit more to go if they want to make that final. But today, they are playing for both points and for a piece of the prize pool. Let's look at the money that they're going to be taking home today for their efforts. All it takes is one win, and you get into that top 8, $300 to take home. And if you can work your way all the way to our grand championship, that's $1,400 for our overall mega draft champion. And we had a bit of a surprise last time out here at the Snapdragon Pro Series in our dual mode competition, as it's usually been the show of one man here in Clash Royale for the last couple of years, especially 2023 in particular. But Juicy J, it was somebody else who took home that $1,400 in our dual mode competition.
Absolutely surprised us all, taking out Muhammad Light in that first round. I mean, we all were surprised at that moment, and I can't wait to see Sub pull out even more of that today.
Sub was tremendous in that competition, and Neui, you were the one who picked Sub to be the winner against Muhammad Light, and then you kept riding him all the way to a championship.
We picked him and he delivered. I mean, nobody really thought he could do it against the best in the business, but he pulled it off. We've already covered the difference in pros is their consistency, but all of them have what it takes to play at the highest level. Just depends how often you can do it. This time around, though, he's got a much different route in order to get that championship.
He did have to battle through some stiff competition. Some of that competition back here today. We will be seeing Wallace in the mix, Igor back today, Aslan here for our Mega Draft competition as well. So the big question is, can Sub do it again in these very, very different circumstances? You're not preparing decks beforehand. You're not going in with the dual mode that we normally know. Instead, you are drafting. You are having to pick piece by piece. Juicy, that changes things a lot for Sub today.
Absolutely. I mean, Mega Draft is all about being a versatile player, the most versatile player that you possibly can be, because, you know, like you said, there's no comfort decks. You have to draft based on what your opponent's picking, and you have to be drafting based on trying to get decent synergy as well. And I mean, that is definitely something that maybe Sub can do, but maybe he's more with the comfort. Maybe he needs to play those cycle decks in order to succeed.
Well, his performance, of course, in our last competition was tremendous, taking home that championship. Will he do it again today? That has yet to be seen. But for now, let's take a quick look back and hear from the man himself, Sub, with some words on his performance and what he looks forward to in Clash Royale.
Olá a todos, meu nome na vida real é Cauã, meu nome no jogo é Sub, o time que eu estou jogando SL é Calpangões. O jogo é Clash Royale, minha idade, eu tenho 19 anos e sou do Brasil. Eu acho que foi o dia, eu acho que eu tava no dia bom. Os decks junto com o meu gold foram bons também, só algumas matchups foram poucas ruins. E depois que eu ganhei do Mohamed, eu acho que foi mais tranquilo. Eu não, a primeira contra o Mohamed era mais pedrada. Depois do Mohamed, são bons jogadores também, mas ninguém se iguala a ele. Então, acho que foi o dia mesmo, estava esperado no meu dia. É uma sensação boa, que foi meu primeiro campeonato solo, que eu fiquei em primeiro, então foi ótimo. Em cima ainda de grandes players, Mohamed, Faust, dois caras que estão no Mundial, Taito, um ótimo jogador também, um EUR na final, um ex-campeão mundial, então uma sensação boa, ótimo. O meu colega de equipe me disse quando ele ficou feliz, que querendo não ganhei ponto pra ele também, e vamos buscar ele. Ele me deu os parabéns e ficou feliz também. Talvez um Lucas, Wallace, o Mohamed de novo, mas eu preferi enfrentar jogadores com menos habilidade, porque seria mais fácil. Eu acho que sim, acho que a gente é uma boa dupla, o final agradou nós dois modos, vai ser 2v2, Mega Draft 1v1, então nós dois gostamos do modo. Eu acredito que sim, uma boa dupla para buscar por esse título aí final. Acredito que sim, quanto mais versátil você é, menos chances de você ser snipado no competitivo. E ser versátil, isso ajuda no cara que tá te ajudando, um coach ou um amigo, sei lá. Você poder jogar com qualquer deck ajuda mais do que você ter uma deck pool menor. Geralmente aquele deck de... Naquela matchup específica eu tento forçar um X. Como eu tenho um Mineiro Bombado é uma ótima carta contra o Golem. Se ele ignorar o Morteiro eu consigo defender tranquilo. E ali na hora eu pensei em matar o dragão elétrico dele primeiro e rezar pro suporte dele morrer. Com a bomba do meu Mineiro Bombado na hora que eu usei. Os bárbaros deles não ajudou, porque ele tá com uns bárbaros na line do outro lado e não foram tão bons. Mas eu acredito que eu fiz uma ótima defesa e ótimas escolhas. Meus pensamentos agora é focar nessas próximas classificatórias do Mega Draft e em busca desse título na final. Aí, a gente vai apoiando aí, tamo junto, é nóis.
So a phenomenal performance last time around for Sub, and you know, of course, he would love to have an easier path. Does not have Mohamed Light in the first round today. And speaking of today, let's take a look at the bracket and the journey that Sub and others will find themselves on as they try to become our Mega Draft champion. And you can see there in our round of 16, Sub facing off against no slouch here in Wallace. Juicy, that is a phenomenal, difficult first round matchup for Sub.
Absolutely. I mean, best match of the round of 16, in my opinion. You know, like you said, it can't get harder than Mohamed Light. So I definitely would say that Sub has chances here. But personally, I got to pick Wallace on this one because Wallace, he's a Sierra World finalist, and we're playing Meg Draft. Meg Draft is about versatility, and I think Wallace has got a little bit more of that here today.
Mini, taking a look at this one, they have some other pretty cool names. Any other matchups here that stand out in round number one as ones to keep your eye on?
Yeah, the Adan versus Hazard or Igor matchup's definitely a standout in its own. And we've got some really formidable names. We got Ale, who's one of the top semi-pros from Argentina. We got InThrill taking on Aslan from Turkey. InThrill, we've talked about almost getting to World Finals this year in the last monthly qualifier, but just barely missing out, and some other big names like Lucas and Dominic. So I feel like as we get into these later rounds, we're going to be able to see some really fun matchups between these guys.
Yeah, you mentioned that Adnan versus Igor, aka Hazard matchup, which is a great one, and the winner of that may face off against Lucas. So we'll see if he gets past Bulichka in the first round, but Mega Draft certainly does, in my opinion, Juicy, it maybe even more than a regular duel where matchup might be a factor. It does feel like the better player might have even more control over their fate in a Mega Draft match.
I 100% agree. You know, at the initial release of Mega Draft, whoever picked first also had the last pick. So there was a little bit of a luck factor in that. But now they fixed it so that is not the case. It's probably the most fair game mode in Clash Royale. It's all about skill, drafting, the mind games, the synergy that you can make up, and trying to counter your opponent during the draft rather than trying to predict what game, what kind of deck they're going to play during the match.
Now, you do see a lot of matches there. We'll only be seeing one of those round of 16 matches for time purposes today. They'll happen concurrently. So here is our schedule for today's broadcast. Our featured round of 16 matchup will be our defending champion from dual mode Sub up against the multiple-time world finalist and 2023 Helsinki world finalist Wallace for that opening round. After that, we'll be seeing everything, time permitting, quarterfinals, our semifinals, third place match, and our grand final as well. So we will be seeing a lot of Mega Draft today, a lot of picks, and a lot of opportunities for players to give themselves a big advantage or potentially draft themselves into a pretty bad corner. More on, of course, the ins and outs, the nuances of drafting a little bit. But right now, let's go ahead and take a deeper look at that first matchup of the day, our featured round of 16 matchup between Sub and Wallace. Many, you know both of these players pretty well. You, of course, longtime friend and sometimes teammate of Wallace. Lots of experience against Sub. Thoughts on this matchup?
This is a very interesting one. We have two really top tier players from the same country. They obviously know each other very well. They've met each other in person. Their playstyles do differ a little bit, though. You have Sub, we've talked about, leading towards that really high pace cycle, and you have Wallace, who tends to play a little bit more RG control, can play the cycle game just as good as anyone, but he does lean more towards the control and heavier decks. So we'll see how this plays a part in their drafting.
You know, Juicy, you mentioned before you think Wallace might have the edge in this one because of versatility, being a little deeper deck pool as a pro. Mini brings up an interesting point where Sub tends to be a cycle player. It does seem that Mega Draft does favor a little bit more towards the middle of the pack size of decks. Not big beatdown stuff, not fast cycle stuff, but that like a little over 3 under the mid 4s size of deck for average Elixir.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, that's a great call out. I never thought about that before, but you're 100% right. And I think the main reason for that is sometimes there's just simply not even cycle cards on the board. And you're forced to pick cards that are, 3, 4, sometimes even 5 elixir in order to kind of create the correct deck that you're trying to lean towards. And on the other hand, it's not really heavy either, because you don't usually go for a golem or a lava or something like that. Usually the win conditions are going to be more like pigs, goblin giant, hog rider, or maybe some sort of minor heavy deck.
Well, Juicy, with that in mind, does your prediction still lean towards Wallace in this first matchup?
Yeah, I mean, I think makes me want to pick Wallace even more. Like you said, like Mini said, I mean, Wallace is a control player. He's used to those kind of middle heavy decks like Splash Art or RG Control. And with versatility in mind as well, I think he's got a great chance to kind of take this one. But that's why I said last time when it was Muhammad Light versus Sub, and, anything could happen here. Sub, definitely one of those underdogs that could take the whole thing.
A live dog for sure. I'm going to join Juicy here in picking Wallace for this first matchup. The experience, in my opinion, wins out. And I know he's a good Mega Draft player. I've seen it myself. Mini, last time you picked Sub and took him all the way to the championship. I made sure that we picked first for the same opportunity. Are you going to join the Wallace train, or are you going to buck the trend once again and back your boy Sub?
Hey, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Sub has been sublime ever since we've been seeing him at these finals in the Snapdragon Pro Series. And he's been on a streak. He hasn't lost a set as far as I've been trusting him. So I'm going to back him again against this longtime friend of mine, Wallace. It hurts a little bit, but I got to go with Sub.
Well, we'll see if Sub says, look at what I've got in that sublime style, or if he does have a little bit of a trip up here on those trip to freedom. This will be an interesting one here, and we're getting our players ready. Of course, as soon as they're ready, we'll jump into our matchup. Juicy, let's talk a little bit about Mega Draft. Obviously, one of the big changes you mentioned that, it's not, or what was mentioned today was not that it's the first person gets last pick as well. For today, the loser of a match, of a game, will pick first in the next game, which will give them that nice opening look. When you're looking at a clean draft board, what are your first thoughts?
Honestly, the first thing you gotta look at is the spells, because sometimes there's only a few spells that are really important. Gotta be looking at the poison, fireball, also look at arrow's log. Those are the 4 main spells. And sometimes there is a tornado as well. You know me, I love tornado. It's one of the most versatile cards in the game, and it fits perfectly in Mega Draft.
That's a pretty big one now. Mini's talking about the spells, and there's certainly some choices there, right? If you take out if there's only a log or only a bar barrel, you take it out, and then you pick goblin barrel. There's stuff like that. What are some other keys when you're looking at relationships-wise between certain cards in Mega Draft?
One of the key things to look at, especially early on, is the champions, especially if you have a pick between Monk, Archer Queen, and Golden Knight. Monk is going to come out on top of those 3, and you're going to want to pick it first if you get the chance, just because it counters the Archer Queen by nature. And we don't have Evos anymore in Mega Draft. If we take a step back, without the Evos playing a part in the meta, we got to remember how pivotal champions were. So champions are going to be a huge part of today's tournament, with all of them just being very much more utilized in each single game. And you have to also keep in mind, your opponent picks your champion. You can also hold off your champion pick until the last one. No rush, because your opponent cannot pick 2 champions.
That's a very important point here. Now, you bring up the key factor, and again, one more time, evolutions are not a part of Mega Draft. So that is a huge shift in terms of how you're picking. And those of you who want to break from evolutions, Mega Draft's certainly a way to do it. Now, you mentioned the idea of the Archer Queen. Then when we talk about the Archer Queen, right, obviously if Monk is a possible pick, you really don't want to pick Archer Queen into the Monk. But if Monk is out, we also don't have Evo Knight, which has really nerfed the Archer Queen dramatically. Juicy, how much of a buff do you think Archer Queen gets in Mega Draft with the evolved Knight not being a part of the game?
Like you said, if Monk's not on the board, the Archer Queen kind of reigns supreme in a lot of situations. You know, she definitely isn't what she once was. Her first attack speed, fairly slow. Sometimes it's better to take a Musketeer, but for the purpose of the 3-card cycle, Archer Queen does it very well if you can make some sort of cycle deck in this Mega Draft.
Well, that will be an interesting thing. I know we have different players have their different first cards. I believe, Juicy, if you see NATO, you like to pick that first. Minnie, what is a card you see on the board that if it's there, it's almost a guaranteed pick if you have that opportunity?
I mean, Juicy shouted at the start, spells. Log, if it's on the screen, you're going to want to take it. Not just because of how it plays a role into your quick cycle, but it opens the paths up to picking goblins. And then, let's say your opponent picks Hog Rider, those goblins can then become an efficient counter. It'll only allow 1 shot if you play it reactively. Let's say you combo it with a Night Spirit. You now have a Hog counter that your opponent can't get around unless he has arrows, which is a big commitment with Hog. And you want to play around with things that don't get countered by your log. Spear goblins as well, and just play around like that. Then you can add the win conditions on top, whether it's minor, and just keep building like that. But the fundamentals are there: spells and champions.
Well, that's going to be a big key to our draft, the spells and the champions. And it did seem for a while, Juicy, that the non-spell, non-champion drafted the most out of everything was the minor, and it does seem like that might continue along. Thoughts on maybe tier listing win conditions in Mega Draft?
Yeah, I mean, you said it, you gotta take minor first. The reason why you take minor before anything is because there's no solid hard counter to minor. Think about it. Every winning condition game has a counter to it. Hog Rider, you can have Tornado, or maybe even a building, a mini P.E.K.K.A. So that's why a lot of the time we'll actually see people taking win conditions last in the Mega Draft because they don't want to give their opponents time to react with counters to it. But the minor, there's no super solid counter to it. Sure, there's like goblins, maybe a tornado, but there's a safe spot. There's a pre-log, pre-arrows as an available option to break through. Tier list in general, minor first. I think the second one that people don't really talk about is Royal Hogs. Royal Hogs are a card, yes, there are solid counters to it like Valkyrie or maybe a Bomb Tower, but the Royal Hogs, it seems like they always find a way to get a little bit of chip damage. So if you're ever in a pinch, you're not sure what to do, your opponent has counters to all the win conditions on the board, take those piggies and they will get the job done.
Well, a little change in plans here. We've been talking so much because we had a bit of a player delay. So with that in mind, we're actually going to jump into a different matchup than our planned feature match. We're going to go ahead and join, I believe it is the Aslan InThrill matchup already in progress. So let's go ahead and jump on in. We'll catch up with Minnie later. And no, looks like that one is already finished. So no, here's our results so far as we are still waiting for Sub and Wallace to kick off. Looks like Ali beat Komi InThrill with the win over Aslan in round number 1. Trainer Adnan taking out Igor 2-0. Bulichka 2-0
No way.
X Gamer. So now we have to figure out if Bulichka is what I'm supposed to be saying or if I am completely mispronouncing that one. Burn against MS as Doom falls 2-0. APG makes it on to the next round. So now we're just waiting to see. Will it be Sub or Wallace as League Ops is trying to work and get us all ready to go in this first round matchup. We might be skipping the first round potentially if we don't get our players ready in time. And if that's the case, we'd be going to our Ali versus InThrill. In fact, I think we're going to go ahead and get that one queued up. Let's go ahead and jump right into it. Ali versus InThrill in our quarterfinal matchup.
Ali versus InThrill. We see InThrill doing what I said, taking Tornado first, and Ali taking the Poison right away. It's only really good at Big Spell. And when I say really good at Big Spell, I mean Poison and Fireball. Those are the main ones. Those are the most versatile spells in Clash Royale.
So we do see InThrill taking Juicy's favorite pick with the NATO first, Poison and Skeletons. There are only 2 spirits on the board, Ice Spirit and Fire Spirit, but you understand why no one's picking those yet, as you definitely will have the choice of the alternative once your opponent picks one. And a nice little hedge there from Ali, picking the Inferno Dragon, recognizing the only reset out there is the Lightning. That seems like a pretty key pick here, Juicy.
Yeah, absolutely. The other reason he picked that Inferno Dragon is not just because it could be good versus InThrill's deck. It's because Inferno Dragon is the only main counter to the Monk. That's what Mega Draft's all about. It's not only picking cards that counter whatever your opponents are picking, but also picking the counters to the cards that you want to take as well.
So far, Skeleton King, the champion pick for InThrill. Monk, the champion pick for Ali, which will be nice against both the Rascals and the Executioner. Hog, the pick here alongside the Earthquake, and InThrill, of course, going for a little bit of cycle with that next pick. Bomb Tower to cover for Ali. He didn't really have a good Hog Rider counter up to that point. And now the big question, Juicy, when you're looking at this one, final picks for these two, Ali needs a win condition.
Yep, Ali definitely needs a win condition. I'm assuming he goes for the Royal Hogs, maybe a Miner. Miner would probably be the win condition of choice here, just because he's got that nice Miner Poison here.
And there we go. There's the Miner pick. So what a fascinating opening round draft between these two. NATO against the Miner will certainly be good for Ali. Thinking about the matchup as it's played out here, do you give an advantage to one of these two so far?
Honestly, I think I gotta give the advantage to Ali. If you guys ever watch me play Mega Draft on my own streams, if Miner Poison's available, I take it immediately. It's the most consistent win condition in Clash Royale, and as long as InThrill doesn't get a crazy Executioner NATO on tower, it's gonna be a lot harder for InThrill to get damage than Ali it will.
And not going to get on tower, but early chip so far done by InThrill, 2890. What is his best path here, Juicy, to handling the Monks? Is that going to be the Lumberjack Skelly King?
Yeah, I mean, Skelly King or Lumberjack does decent versus it for sure, but that Inferno Dragon combining with this is going to be able to break through those tanks as well. So we're probably going to be seeing a Monk ability here just to get some chip damage. He plays it a little bit late. This Monk might die mid-ability. Eggsy going to come down to deal with the Inferno Ice Spirit to freeze. Love the plays here. Let's see if he can counter push with this Hog Rider.
Ice Spirit, the other reset that was available here, so a good pick for InThrill, as Ali picked the Inferno Dragon third and did not cover by taking the Ice Spirit away from his opponent. Hog Rider dealt with easily. You know, every once in a while, Juicy, we do see people go Lumberjack Hog in sort of a mid-ladder deck, and that's one of the interesting things about looking at Mega Draft, right, is you get some supposedly mid-ladder combinations, but since you are also playing against a non-meta deck, sometimes those get a bit of a buff.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right. I mean, the Lumberjack is a card that I look for in Mega Draft quite a bit, actually. Ever since the change to Rage, where it kind of does damage, Lumberjack is a lot more versatile and can provide a lot of value in Mega Draft. Kind of using it even as a spell on defense if you need to, but also just generally getting more value.
And the Skelly King continues to struggle a little bit here against the Inferno Dragon, but still lead for the moment towards InThrill, 25-72 to 26-35. As Ali now might go ahead and decides, again, not to really use the monk ability. Thoughts on sort of the, I don't know what the term for it is, but the lack of use here, or lack of reliance on that monk ability.
He couldn't in that situation just because he actually, I think he was either a misclick earlier or just a terrible monk ability earlier that he used on defense. So he just didn't have in that situation. But I completely agree with you with that first monk ability. I think in general with the monk, you have to be very quick with your abilities, play it a little bit earlier than you might think because it takes quite a long time for it to actually pop.
A little damage here on the left-hand lane by Ali. He has fallen behind, maybe a bit by a surprising margin. It seems like Ali's having a lot more trouble than maybe anticipated controlling these Hog Riders.
Yeah, I mean, you're right. I mean, I guess it's really the Lumberjack like you talked about. The Lumberjack allowing that Hog Rider to get raged up, and the rage from the Lumberjack plus the Earthquake kind of taking out these bomb towers as well. So that's how he's able to break through on this right-hand side. But it's not over till it's over. We're heading to triple elixir, minor poison, like we talked about. So consistent.
It seems like InThrill maybe has figured out the mathematics of how to deal with the Inferno Dragon. Finally, the NATO comes in for a little XE lineup. Will it get that last shot? Just barely. What a last little touch. Earthquake will finish things off. And Ali waving the white flag here in game number 1. Phenomenal performance, and really, Juicy, we saw that once InThrill figured out how to contend with the Inferno Dragon and then really turn into some big pushes the opposite direction, this was all downhill for the almost world finalists.
Yeah, I mean, I think this is once again just going back to how versatile a player are you. InThrill really showing up here and playing fantastically all around. Ali, though, it seemed like he was just kind of uncomfortable the entire match. He, played a bomb tower, one tile up a couple times. His monk ability is definitely not on point. Always going solo minor into the safe spot, and that's just because of that tornado. Like you called out, the tornado really mitigating the places that minor can be dropped. And in the end, InThrill just kind of breaks through with those Lumberjack Hogs and the XE NATO to finish it off. It was just the icing on the cake.
I think we saw a lot of why the minor decks are so specific, right? Either minor wall breakers or minor spears and bats or minor control with more specific control elements. And Ali making this really interesting minor deck, but it feels like some of the control elements weren't there, and then of course having the barb barrel rather than a log or something to support the damage on the tower or support the miner more. You just kind of had a miner out there flailing by itself, hoping poison could get value, and just did not have the juice to get things done here.
Yeah, and like you said, log rather, or the barb barrel rather than a log. Not only is that really bad on defense versus the Hog because you don't have that knockback ability, but I think the most underrated pick from InThrill this entire match was those Rascals. The Rascals really got a lot of defensive value just because there was no arrows, there was no log, no cheap way to take those Rascal Girls off the board, and we all know how brutal those Rascal Girls can be on defense. They do so much damage.
We saw some really great protection of the Executioner with the Rascal Surround against the Inferno Dragon. And that's what I was talking about earlier, where once they figured out how to contend with the Inferno Dragon, it felt like from that point onwards, it was too easy for InThrill to build up big pushes and go the opposite direction. Juicy, you don't usually think of a Hog Rider deck as one that has a bunch of big pushes, but that's what InThrill did today.
That's what he did today, and that's probably not going to be the last time we see something like that. That's what we talked at the beginning. There's not as much cycle in these mega drafts. Sometimes you got a Hog Rider kind of beatdown deck.
You got to imagine that someone's going to pick Goblin Barrel here with the only small spell on the board being Zap and Rage. We'll see who pulls the trigger there. Ali taking advantage of the lack of a log here as well with the Rascals pick. Guards will be susceptible to the poison. But thoughts on the directions these players are going here, Juice?
I mean, you have the right idea 100%. We looked at the board, or there's no log, there's no arrows, there's no bar barrel. And then these players immediately recognizing that go straight towards lots of bait cards. We see Rascals, we see the Skeleton King, we see Ali taking the poison as well, just to try to have the best card that is versus bait. InThrill going for the minions and the guards.
And does finally take the Goblin Barrel here. Do you think we'll see him go with a tank to support the Goblin Barrel?
You know, I mean, you could go for the Knight. You don't exactly need a tank since you have the guards. Ali going for the E-Spirit Rage to fully counter the barrel, kind of getting creative there. And we see a Sparky from InThrill. This is getting crazy.
That's an interesting pick here, right? You have a lot of things that distract the Sparky with the Skeletons, Absorbing, possibly Skelly King. But I like that pick. And so Goblin Giant, Sparky, Goblin Barrel from InThrill. Tank to work for either one of those two win conditions. And what I like about this pick from InThrill is now he's forced that Electro Spirit to make decisions. Does it come and do the Electro Spirit Rage play on those Goblin Barrels? Probably what it has to do. And that means now Ali has to focus on troops to absorb those Zappies, those Sparky shots. And he picks the Zap too.
Yeah, I mean, this is a wild deck. I think the biggest macro decision mistake from Ali during this draft was taking that Skelly King so early. Many talked about it earlier. InThrill already picked a champion. You don't have to pick a champ right away because you know that you can only have one champ at a time. And I think if he waited, he would have taken the Monk instead because the Monk does such a good job of dealing with those Archer Queens, but also the Sparky.
Wow, wildly aggressive opening play from InThrill, and Ali is saying wow because he just 100% countered that Goblin Barrel without using that Electro Spirit Rage combination. And you know, I think the big X factor here, Juicy, that we didn't talk about much was that last pick for Ali. How does InThrill stop these Hog Riders?
I mean, he has the guards. It can stop to one hit. Guards plus something else can fully counter, but it's really not going to be easy. It's a great call. Honestly, the best way for him to try to make that happen is probably to even predict a Hog Rider with the Sparky in the back, just like that.
Great call here. InThrill does take one shot, but now sets up Sparky. Do we see him pound one lane, or is this going to be a little dual lane pressure?
I think he's got to get the Giant in front of the Sparky. Dual lane pressure is tough because you don't have like a great card for that, like an Evo Knight in this deck. I'm guessing we're going to see a lot of Giant, Sparky plus Goblin Barrel pushes in this match.
Fireball in, Sparky being handled. Giant gets absolutely shredded. And so far, so great for Ali, who has not taken a lick of damage and is now going to get a Rascal deep in, force out the Zap. Does have a healthy Archer Queen to contend with.
Kenny gonna drop down just to cheaply defend that. He's not back to Giant to punish that play either. Most likely, you know, both players, even Elixir, I wouldn't be surprised if we saw Sparky back with another Hog Rider right now.
And here we go, Sparky behind the cycle cards, Poison. No King Tower activation. You know, InThrill would have liked to have that there in the mix. And now with 40 seconds left, Goblin Giant Sparky to the left-hand lane and starting to load up a bit. Goblin Barrel, again, completely countered with little to no effort by Ali.
Love the prediction, Skelly's plus Skelly King, and the defense versus the Sparky was great as well. I mean, I'm sure that's not the first time we'll see that. Sparky getting double poisoned out if he can get damage on the left-hand side. Sparky dropping the right, Rascal rolls will get damage. Zap forced out on the Skelly King ability. A lot of damage on both sides for Ali, though, and he still hasn't taken anything.
Hog being that last pick was just so smart, right? That's the big thing about the way this game has changed. First pick certainly impactful, and you saw the Fireball choice from InThrill. But second pick, last pick here, that Hog Rider from Ali, and maybe Ali had, well, no, Ali, I thought the losing player was supposed to have first pick in the next round, but either way, Ali in a great picking position.
Absolutely, Giant Sparky on the right-hand side. Ali still haven't taken any damage because of those great picks. Poison gets so much value here. Skelly Surround is nice. Can he get the E-Spirit down? Wait, Archer Queen ability left side.
Wow, huge Archer Queen ability, and that's all it takes. Suddenly roaring back into the lead is InThrill, and that's the dual lane pressure he needs to create. But now, how does he contend with this hog? Guards go high, Sparky distracted, and trying to DPS down this hog, but takes a lot of shots. 334. Poison will only take 2 to get the win. But here, can InThrill win on one big push? Goblin barrel in, Giant taking, will give some goblin damage. Fireball to clear the Rascal Girls, 355.
Poison's down. He needs one more poison to win the game. InThrill's desperately trying to get back to the Goblin Barrel to try and finish it off. Rage Hog Rider inbound, though. Zap to stun, but it's not enough. It gets the shot. GG's.
Yeah, it felt like really InThrill needed the Fireball to knock that hog back and keep it off the tower. What a crazy opening. You saw InThrill defend against the Hog Rider and send in that first push, and it felt juicy, like it was all over after that first push got completely devastated by Ali's defense, and that was the case for most of the match until we get to the final few moments where InThrill nearly stole this one back in exciting fashion.
Yeah, InThrill almost had it. I mean, I think the biggest thing at that last push was when he went for that Goblin Barrel, he should have delayed it by just a half more second. Because if he could have gone Goblin Barrel with the pre-Fireball, with the E-Spear being out of cycle, he might have been able to get enough damage to win that game. In fact, even with the reactive Fireball, that one Goblin almost stayed alive. If that one Goblin stayed alive, that tower would have been gone. But just a small mistake in the gameplay there, with maybe some bigger mistakes in that draft. We are going to game 3. Let's see if he can clean it up here.
And here we go, taking a look at our board. Poison log and Ali taking poison. So maybe it's the winner gets first pick next time. And immediate coverage here by InThrill. You take the poison, fine. I will take log arrows.
Yeah, I mean, that's standard Mega Draft. You know, Ali got the only good big spell on the board. InThrill takes the 2 best small spells to try and even that out. Arrow's kind of acting as a big spell as well.
So variant, it'll be expensive to counter the Rascal Girls here for Ali, who is building towards what looks like a Royal Giant deck. He could go Goblet or Golem here as well. I'd be surprised to see him go Hog once more in this conversation.
He gets the Snowball. I think another option is Graveyard. Me personally, I always forget about Graveyard in Mega Draft, but it can be very solid, especially with the spell combo that he has right now.
And no Mother Witch on the board. Skelly King, Log, Arrows, Gang, Rascals. So lots of coverage against Graveyard here.
Yeah.
For InThrill.
That's the other thing about Mega Draft is if you draft well like Ali's doing right now, you never have to commit to a win condition. He could even just take a Hog Rider as his last card, and it could definitely work out for him.
Only 1 building or 2 buildings remaining. Expo probably not those. We'll see if InThrill does pick the Goblin Cage to cover here. Right now, he does not have a building choice and goes Expo.
What? No, there's... What does Ali respond with? Did he just take the Hog Rider? Expo, is that... I mean, I feel like it's got to be a misclick. I feel like he must have tried to click Cage there.
Or like he forgot to... He like freaked out too much and didn't pick it. And so Ali doesn't even take a win condition.
What?
He just picks Monk. He has Monks to reflect.
I can't lie. I thought about it for a second about just taking Monk for the Expo, but I really can't see that being a great play. InThrill gonna be taking Firecracker last card. I guess Ali's plan is to just have perfect defense and poison cycle. It's viable, but it's gonna be a little bit difficult.
And certainly a strange draft here on both sides. InThrill, though, has all the small spells and all the swarms.
I love the Berry Tower pick, though. That was probably the best pick that Ali did. It's going to be so helpful and useful versus these swarms. Phoenix, generally going to get some decent value as long as you can get those poisons on the Firecracker as well. Or the Monk ability.
And an early Monk ability to reflect the Firecracker and Skeleton Barrel goes to the left-hand side. So this weird Skelly Barrel bait deck and then Expo in here. So I would love to find out from InThrill if that was he just froze and didn't pick, or if that was the intended pick here. Either way, here he goes with the first Expo of the day.
He goes for the barbs. He doesn't have Monk and Cycle. I feel like it was a big mistake to not poison either the Rascals or the Expo here. He goes Ice Spear instead.
It's a lock. Wow.
There's a lock. Wow.
How many of those is he going to get today? That's the big question. But now Bomb Tower out of cycle, so InThrill maybe with a chance to set up a Skeleton Barrel push to the left-hand lane, as Ali does not like that at all.
I mean, I wouldn't either. Here comes a Skelly Barrel on the left. Does he even have Snowball and Cycle? I think he does. But Ali, if he wants to win this game, he needs to start playing poisons. Any opportunity you have to poison Rascals or the Firecracker, you gotta just take it.
And what's the fisherman's job going to be here? Just to do this specifically?
That's a great question. I mean, Fisherman really not getting much value. Skeleton from the Skeleton getting a couple of shots. Monk trying to defend the Obsolete Expo. I really don't see what Ali's plan is right now. He's down so much damage, which, as we talked about before, is not a part of the game plan for him. He needs to take 0 damage and Poison Cycle. This game just might be over already. Fisherman getting no value. Poisons are not being dropped once yet. I don't know why. And it's not looking great.
This is, again, the fascination of Megadrive. You know, you talked about some of the misplays from last game, but, you know, you have to keep in mind a couple of things. Not only are we talking about, you know, the draft being such an opportunity for strange things to happen, but then players, they're trying to adjust to a macro that they've never dealt with before, right? They're trying to evaluate how a matchup should be played in real time, whereas usually they've probably played whatever matchup they're dealing with multiple times, if not dozens of times.
Yeah, I guess that makes a lot of sense. I mean, I guess I didn't really think about it that way because of how much of Mega Draft I have played. But, I mean, this is just not looking great here. This Expo is somehow actually working. King Activation completely useless versus Expo as well. And we have not seen a single poison on the tower from Ali still.
Well, this Monk ability is, you know, you think like, hey, Monk ability, reflect the Expo, total shutdown, but it doesn't fully shut down the Expo, right? It only partially does it, and then you have to cover elsewise, and Ali's finding himself having a, and he just poisons the tower. He just goes, hey, it's over, GG. Wow. So for those of you who've wanted to see Expo get a win in competitive play the last few years, here you go. Maybe the wildest draft, and what if InThrill picked it? It's the most genius pick of the day, and if InThrill accidentally took it, then maybe the most powerful accident I've ever seen in Clash Royale.
I mean, definitely ends up working out here for him. I'm still just so surprised by Ali's last pick. I think if maybe he just picked a Hog Rider, he would have been fine. He would have won this game. But no, he ends up going with Barbs and then a Monk. Barbs pick also weird, in my opinion. I mean, what was he looking for with the Barbs value here? I really, maybe he was trying to cover the Hog counters. Maybe that's why he put Fisherman, Berry Tower, and the Barbs, just to be able to try and break through the Hog. But then he ends up not picking Hog. I don't know.
I mean, that is absolutely wild. And, you know, I think that, I believe Royal Giant was on the board, and I'm wondering if the RG pick, I mean, you can RG right into the Expo, actually build some pushes behind it, right? I mean, he had 2 picks there to make some better choices and ended up giving himself a no win condition, hope that I counter your Expo and overwhelm the opposite direction. Just really not what he was hoping for. So InThrill takes the first of our quarterfinal matchups. Next up will be Trainer Adnan versus, that's Tourist, by the way, for those of you who are going, what the heck is that name? That is Tourist. So now the loss for Lucas in round 1 makes a bit more sense that he's up against someone with the skill set of Tourist. That'll be a fun matchup. That will be our next one coming up here in just a little bit. And then, of course, we have a couple more of our quarterfinal matchups after that, looking like Wallace getting the win there over Sub in that earlier round. So we will take a look at that one later. For now, though, if you haven't already, go ahead and follow us on all social media, so make sure that you stick around and get all the information for the Snapdragon Pro Series at ESL Mobile, at ESL_mobile on Instagram. And of course, we have lots of information for both Clash Royale, Snapdragon Pro Series, and the other games that are covered here by this event. And speaking of this event, we'll be back in a few minutes, taking a short break, and we'll get into our second quarterfinal matchup here in our Mega Draft competition.
The Snapdragon Pro Series powered by Samsung Galaxy is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S23 Ultra, Monster Energy, and DHL.
Welcome back, everyone. It's about time to get into our second quarterfinal of the day. Juicy, our first one, Ale versus InThrill. Little bit of a shock there with some expo. Was it a mistake? Was it all planned out? Guess we'll find out if we get a champion from InThrill after that expo win. But now we have, talk to me a little bit about this one. We've got Adan versus Tourist.
Honestly, the only thing I'm thinking about right now is Tourist. He's a one trick. He plays pack up bridge fam, and that's kind of it. He does play RG and maybe some other things, but that's what his main deck is. So that's why I start to kind of just lean towards trainer Adnan already. That being said, we also saw that Tourist was able to beat Lucas X Gamer in the first round. So there's a lot of variables here. I think I got to go towards trainer Adnan. Minnie, who you picking here?
I think I'm going to lean with Adnan as well. For those of you who didn't quite understand what Juicy meant to say, is Lucas lost to a one trick in the round of 16, which is why he missed out on World Finals. Poor Lucas.
Yeah, that's
Poor
totally
Lucas.
what I said. But
Taurus definitely a formidable foe.
yeah, you're absolutely right. I mean, Tourist, a #1 ladder finisher in the world. There's a very small portion of Clash Royale players that can say that they've done that before. I can't wait to see if Tourist during the Mega Draft picks towards his strengths. Maybe he picks British fam units like Bandit, Ghost cards that he's comfortable with, or maybe he's just completely Mega Draft acclimated, I guess would be the right word, where he just goes to counter his opponent and he's trying to make the best deck possible.
I've been very impressed with Taurus' ascension in the past couple of months. Like you mentioned, he did start out just full out P.E.K.K.A. Then as we got into some CRL monthly qualifiers, saw him practicing a little bit of RG, amplifying his deck pool a little bit. So he's actually been putting in some work. Did miss out on World Finals, but definitely interested to see what he's got to bring today. And now we're getting right into our open draft board. Let's see what these players will pick first, and it's going to be a Fireball spell being taken first, Juicy.
Fireball, it makes a lot of sense. We went and talked about it before. Fireball poison on the board. If there's only one of them, you got to take it. Best, most versatile spells, generally getting lots of value. Trainer Adan, realizing there's no log, arrows, or barb barrel though, takes Goblins to try and make use of that. Goblins, probably one of the best cards in Clash Royale.
Yeah, I love the Goblins pick there from Adan, just really playing to his strengths. Here I could also see how some guards could work out for Taurus, there not being any arrows on board. However, if Adan does go the Hog EQ route, those guards could go down fairly quickly. However, Adan does still have options. We know he loves to play miner. We do have that bomb tower and mortar open as possible buildings. So a lot of avenues to take for these players so far.
Yeah, I wonder if the guards was the right pick from Taurus in this slot, though. The reason I say that is because Trainer Adan already had Goblins, so maybe the guards were a card that he knew his opponent wouldn't take. Maybe could have saved that as a later pick. I mean, the other thing to think about is maybe Taurus is just making waiting plays. Sometimes Mega Draft is like chess. You don't want to overcommit with an extra pawn move. You want to stay chill and relax and wait for your opponent to commit to a card that you can then go towards and counter it.
Exactly, like you mentioned before, you don't want to be committing to your win conditions too early on. So those guards are able to pass the time, give him some more time to think without having to commit and let Adan adjust. This time though, Adan does take that tornado, shutting down the avenue for any hog riders from Taurus.
Yeah, I love the tornado here, especially paired with Executioner. Not only for hog, but also Adan's got a really nice grasp on any sort of miner deck that could be made here.
Yep, and we see Drill being taken from Taurus. Could see a Valkyrie be taken from Adan. However, he does already have that Skeleton King, which is going to do a good enough job of taking care of that Drill. However, when it is not in cycle or on the board somewhere else, there won't be able to defend the second Drill. But he does have Goblins and there's no log. So a little bit of a difficult ways to get to tower for Taurus. And he picks up pigs. Wow.
Yeah, going double win condition. I like this play because Adan's in a situation that we saw like last game where he could pick a defensive card like the bomb tower, but then he wouldn't have a single win condition. He decides to learn from past mistakes that he saw on the screen and go for the win condition to make sure to have a nice way to get damage.
Yep, nice Mighty Miner and Spirit there in response from Taurus. Does allow one hog shot. Let's see if he supports this. Does commit with the pig. He's actually going to get a great lineup here. This is looking like a great counter push setting up for Adan. This Mighty Miner is good and chip on the left-hand side. If this Xe turns to the right, it could be a fairly terrible counter push for him to deal with.
You're right, Skeleton King ability, no log, no arrows, no bar barrel. Guards on the defense, Ice Spirit up high. Does not freeze the Xe though. And look at this. I mean, a Hog Rider coming as well. Is this tower going down already?
Yep, Drill just gonna be played in order to bring some damage back on the left-hand side. No Skeleton King and no Goblins in cycle. He is gonna activate King Tower. So these Goblins are gonna get a little bit of damage, which is not the worst thing. Definitely a smart decision there from Taurus. However, that King Tower took so much damage.
EQ defensive on the pigs with a snowball. What are your thoughts on that? Was that worth it? I mean, it actually ends up defending somewhat with the King Tower activated.
Yeah, Taurus only having Fireball definitely making him gonna have to fight and definitely overcommit for those last bits of damage. And you're right, that EQ Snowball combo surprised me as how much damage it mitigated there.
Here's a Phoenix in the back. Eggsy walking forward.
Phoenix gonna get cleaned up here. Mighty Miner in the opposite lane, gonna look to pop that ability when it gets across the bridge and set up a push on the left.
Mighty Miner ability to try and deal with this hog, but I don't know if that was worth it either. I think he should have.
That's gonna line up on tower.
Oh, what executioner? The new Magic Archer after that Magic Archer nerf. And here comes a drill plus Piggy's inbound. Goblin, Skeleton, Snowball, Fireball dropping down. But that's a pretty solid defense, but Tourist does get in Fireball range. He needs one more.
Yep, he got the shot he needed there, putting that tower into Fireball range. Now this Phoenix is going to be able to get a great amount of value. Mighty Miner here, maybe an ability to clean up all the skeletons. Let's place an Ice Spirit in the middle, and it gets a jump, so he does get the cleanup there.
They do everything back, Goblins as well. Adan's trying to force Tourists to use another Fireball on the offensive. Here comes the Hog Rider, though. And once again, these Goblins doing a great job of distracting the Inferno Tower so it can't lock on the thing that he wants it to.
Executioner just completely taking out the Phoenix. Gonna see a Fireball come down here and take this tower down. Fireball does 207 at tournament standard. And look, Taurus has ways to win this, especially with a Mighty Miner ability on the left-hand side to get it on top of the tower, but he's already taken so much damage that he really needs to clean up the gameplay for the last 2 minutes here.
Here comes the Mighty Miner. Here comes the Piggies. Hog Rider inbound. He goes Ice Spirit, and it gets an Inferno Tower down. And Earthquake did predict that. It will be enough. Inferno very tanky.
2,300 left on the right-hand side as he gets some damage back. And this Phoenix is getting so much value time and time again. Reason being that he's got to commit an Executioner every single time. And you really want to be using that against the Royal Hogs and possibly the Drill if you can get a really good lineup. So Taurus bringing some damage back, but is it going to be too little too late here?
Yeah, I mean, that and also just the massive Elixir commitment. Drill, Pigs, Fireball, and there's a massive counter push. He's dealing with this counter push really well. I especially like this Mighty Miner here. Because if he, well, I feel like he popped the ability a little bit late though. Oh, and then Hog Goblins in the pocket. Inferno is down. EQ prediction. Will these Goblins make it? Guards will stop, but I love the way that, wait, what about this? Oh, I thought the Eggsy was gonna shoot the tower by hitting that guard there.
Yeah, avoided the possible lineup there. Now he gets a huge commitment. He's not gonna have anything for this Hog Rider. He's gonna try to mitigate it to one shot. EQ is gonna come in and take this game. Adan gets himself 1-0 here.
Interesting game. I mean, I think this happens a lot in Mega Draft, like more than people realize, where you overcommit on the offense, not realizing that you can't defend. Because players are 100% more used to like being able to defend very cheaply with the Ice Spirit Goblins and cycle cards and just generally decks that synergize at the perfect level when you can pre-select those decks. In this situation though, Tourist overcommits, not realizing how much trouble he's in, especially versus a Skeleton King when you don't have a small spell.
Yeah, I love the point you make there. We're so used to seeing players have log, quick cards to being able to defend things, such as that Skeleton King ability, you know? But this time, he doesn't even have a small spell, so just one small counter push from an overcommitment was all it took.
Yeah, and for a second, I thought, wow. I mean, Trainer Adan just got, or Tourist got so much damage there on the left-hand side. I thought he was in a decent spot. But once again, you know, if you don't have all the perfect cards, the perfect counters, you get yourself a pretty tough spot. And I really like these picks from Tourist in this situation, though. This is what I do. If my opponent doesn't take Miner or Poison in the first pick, immediately take it, and you're already in a really pretty solid spot.
Yeah, Miner Poison, such a good comfort for everyone. Let's see how he's able to play it, though. He doesn't have too many more cycle cards to build with it. Maybe he can get some wall breakers in with this and maybe combo with a snowball, and we'll see which building he decides to play. If he does pick up the mortar, could be definitely countered by the cannon card, so he'll probably go the bomb tower route. But we just see here what we've been seeing time and time again, players not committing to a win condition and just kind of feeling each other out. Adan looking like he's building a very, very formidable GY deck, and an Archer Queen being taken into a monk.
Yeah, interesting. I mean, the only time I've seen this be successful is actually when Muhammad Light did this in a Mega Draft tournament. I think it was maybe the AMG tournament. One of the very first Mega Draft tournaments there was. Muhammad Light took Archer Queen into a monk, and as long as you play it the right way, don't pop the ability at the wrong time, the Archer Queen will survive the monk ability, but generally pretty tough. And we see actually Adnan going for the Sparky Goblin Giant here.
Goblin Giant, Sparky with Monk definitely could do some damage here. I love that Taurus doesn't focus too much on defense and does give himself some room to put some offensive pressure on the board. And now, what card does he pick up to distract the Sparky? He's got a Skeleton Army that's going to be arrowed down, so he probably doesn't want that.
Oh, and I love that pick from Adnan, immediately taking the zap, realizing that Skarmy is probably an option, right?
Yeah, very heads up there. Could also be very crucial at resetting the target of a tower or maybe that Archer Queen. And Taurus is going to pick up a Graveyard.
Oh.
Minor Graveyard.
He's taking Graveyard simply for the defensive utility. He's picking Graveyard simply to try and distract those Sparkies. That might work, but it's a long shot. Let's see how this unfolds.
Yeah, definitely a big gamble there. I hope he can make some combo attacks with minor GY just to give it some more utility. But committing the Elixir of a Graveyard onto defense, the only benefit of that, aside from the Skarmy, is that it's staggered. You can't zap anything at once.
Yeah.
You kind of have to wait for all of the skeletons to spawn from the Graveyard. So definitely could be his defensive anchor here.
Monk ability to counter the Archer Queen. Taurus not popping the Archer Queen ability, realizing that it wouldn't do anything. Valkyrie going to get a couple shots here and just a Sparky Bridge.
Yeah, that's aggressive. Not seeing a Monk ability be popped as it was popped on the Archer Queen. And now we see wall breakers that are, like we see there. Punish an overcommitment and Sparky that gets a shot.
Oh my god, the Sparky the Bridge works simply because Taurus didn't have enough elixir to get the Graveyard down. What a play from Adnan. And then just one misclicked wall breakers means the Berry Tower goes down. Once that dropped, immediately Gob Giant Bridge, and the Gob Giant shoves the Sparky forward to get the shot. I mean, I've never seen something like this. This is why I love Mega Draft. Every single game is completely different.
Yeah, definitely brings out the game recognition out of all these players. Archer Queen ability popped here, Mega Man just to clean up. And now all Adan has to do is just play some defense. We see here the Graveyard be used on offense. Arrow's going to come down here to clean up all the waves of skeletons. Does a minor tank here?
Wow, I mean, that is, once again, where else are you going to see this gameplay? Valkyrie Graveyard Minor at the bridge, trying to get damage, takes half the tower, and then does survive for now with the arrows plus zap, but wow, what a play.
Uh-oh, he does have Monk and Cycle for this Archer Queen, so it's not going to be too much trouble here. But yeah, he's going to have to hone in on this left-hand side where he already has the majority of the damage here.
Valkyrie in the back. Let's see what Adan decides to do here on offense. Here comes the Gamma Giant. Defensive Graveyard. He's going to do a decent job. Minor trying to get some chip, but that's definitely not enough, especially with only 30 seconds left on the clock. Archer Queen up high. Ability drops, but the cannon card will take out everything left, right. I mean, he's spinning everywhere, and he's even on cannon form here to make sure to defend anything else.
Yeah, this Valkyrie's not going to do it. Last-ditch effort here from the Graveyard. Cannon cart all the way in the back to clean up. With 5 seconds left, it's looking dim. Not enough RNG on the board. It's going to be a 2-0 from Adan with Sparky taking the win.
I mean, Sparky, Monk, Goblin Giant. It was a great deck made by Adan here, but even better gameplay. I mean, Sparky Bridge behind a Monk that's already used his ability. I would have never thought of that. But Tourist didn't have enough for the Graveyard. Made one simple mistake with the Wall Breaker surround. immediately taking advantage of the mistake with a Goblin Giant to push the Sparky forward, connecting to the tower, and with the bomb tower dead from the Sparky, the Goblin Giant finishes it off as well. Beautiful stuff all around.
Yeah, super well crafted deck and just super well played game there from Adan, as you mentioned, with the Sparky at the bridge. And just not really enough times for tourists to get a grip on that game. Not being able to hold out until double elixir means that that graveyard couldn't even be used as effectively if he wanted to.
Yeah, I want to ask your opinion on this. So if he did get that wall breaker surround, do you see that game going in a different direction? Like, do you think that Tourist could have won this match if he didn't make that one small mistake?
Definitely. I feel like the bomb tower taking so much damage early on was definitely a mistake that he had to bear the ends of, but he could have fought that out. He got so much damage back later on. But that's why we call it mistakes, and you can't get them back. Looking back here, we have our first semifinal matchup between InThrill and Adan, and our lower quarterfinals just waiting to get underway.
Yes, sir. We're going to be doing EUR&MENA versus MS up next. And then we have APG versus Wallace as our remaining matches here before the quarterfinal or the semifinals. I mean, do you know these players very well? Maybe they have different names on the website, but I mean, that's not going to matter right now. We're going to find out more very, very soon. For now, we are going to be taking a short break, and we will be seeing you guys here in a little bit.
Welcome to the place where dreams come true, where everything you want can be yours, if and only if you're willing to work for them, you're willing to hurt for them.
The Snapdragon Pro Series powered by Samsung Galaxy is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S23 Ultra, Monster Energy, and DHL.
And welcome back to the next quarterfinal matchup here at the Snapdragon Pro Series Mega Draft Open. I'm Rich Slayton. That's Minnie. And Minnie, we've had some exciting stuff happen so far, and it seems like the players are kind of hitting all the notes of Mega Draft. Weird combinations, crazy outdrafts, and as we get into this matchup between two kind of mysterious players, very curious to see how they contend with what has proven to be a fairly volatile game mode today.
Yeah, here it's going to be MS. He took out Dominic, and we've seen a lot of our big names fall early on. We mentioned maybe we'll see them filtered out into the later rounds of the bracket, but Luke is falling in the first round, and we see Dominic falling to MS here. We've got some upsets here today.
Yeah, certainly a couple, and maybe more here. Now, MS, we're looking at these two matchups. I looked up the player name on Royale API. This person has no profile, essentially, like 1,200 trophies. This is a brand new account, so I'm really not sure at all who MS is here in this matchup. On the other side of things, though, I believe the Italian player is a bridge spam player who goes by the name of Neui.
Neui. Well, we'll see how these two unknown rivals play here. We see the arrows, just full spells early on. Log being picked up first at the bottom, opening up the lane for him to take either Gang or Spirit or Spear Gobs. And at the top, we're probably going to see some more controlled, while the bottom goes a lot more cycle.
And taking a look at Neui, personal best on Legacy Ladder, 8.6K, almost has hit 3K on our current system, and has some finishes, has a top 10 finish on Ranked, has some top 30, has a few top 50 finishes on Ladder, and a fourth place finish in the global tournament. So certainly someone who's got some capability, but still a bit of a mystery here as well.
Well, we'll see how far those results take him here. Already seeing a Hog Rider. How do you feel about that pick? It opens up, it gives a lot of time for your opponent to really adjust picking that Hog Rider as your third card.
Yeah, it's a very early pick, but I guess picking that with the best building to counter, since you had two picks the way he did, you know, at this point, it's going to be interesting. I think that the really interesting part about this is that you're picking that and picking the best building, but your opponent has barbs and has fireball. So unless you're planning to outcycle to get past those barbs, it does feel like there's going to be some real potential challenges. Now the big question for O'Brien, aka Neui, is does he have another way to stop that Hog Rider, or is he going to be just believing he can overpower in some of those counter pushes despite being occasionally outcycled?
I feel like he's got to pick something else up. Bowler Knight Hog Push could get really, really tricky to defend against. So, I mean, maybe he picks up Barb Hut here, or a Furnace, just because there's no EQ, something to stabilize the arena against those Hog Riders a little more. Because other than that, there's not really anything that's going to fully counter it. And it just looks like these barbs, with the draft that MS has going on so far, aren't going to be sufficient.
I have to imagine. I'm very curious to see about the gameplay here, because again, this is a pretty much brand new account for MS. Like I said, has never played in a clan war, has only played a total of less than 100 games, 94 games played on this account. So this is clearly someone's new mini account, and I am just very curious to see how this one shakes out.
Yeah, we'll see. Both players getting into this one. Neui at the top, MS at the bottom. Fire Spirit cycle is going to be eaten up. No quick cycle to deal with it, so those Fire Spirits early on are going to have to be just taken head on. Princess in the back here, gonna do a good job at defending against this cannon cart. Gets arrowed down. Arrows and fireballs at the top, and then we see a minion horde supporting this one, trying to protect the cannon cart and make some room.
I mean, you have minion horde. I mean, you have the fireball. You have
Wow.
the arrows. Yeah, I mean that was. And I don't know what MS even does here other than watch his tower go away. So we might not actually end up even seeing who MS is. I was hoping maybe we'd get a great performance in the Twitter post about how he wins the tournament. But so far, so rough for MS, who has found himself really lacking in some of these card answers.
Yeah, just had nothing there once that princess got arrowed down. Good recognition there from Neui, supporting that cannon cart with the minion horde after arrowing down that princess. A very simple play, but because of the draft, just super effective. Once again, arrows come down onto the princess, and this cannon cart's gonna get a decent amount of value. It's gonna pick off Knight, and then it's gonna lock onto the bowler here.
I mean, maybe the strangest draft I've ever seen. Imagine drafting Golem and Goblin Giant both. And then, yes, this goes right into the barbs where you have absolutely no answer for that. And, you know, you take a look at the picks from MS. He picked the princess when his opponent already has arrows, and he has no other target the arrows would even consider going to. Just a really funky draft out of MS, and we're seeing the results here that he's just going to try to hope that he can find some way to get a good hog on tower, but he's not going to get a lot of damage out of any of these.
Yeah, maybe just hoping he could outcycle those arrows with his quick cycle, but just one punish and single elixir is all it really took. Not much room to get back into this one as he throws in the towel.
Yeah, no, this is one of those ones where he just drafted himself into oblivion. I mean, you know, you talk about the importance of spells, and his first pick was the log, and Neui just easy call. Oh, well, I see that there's minion horde on the board. I see there are barbs on the board. I'm going to take Arrow's Fireball as the next two picks and completely lock you down, and that's exactly what he did.
Yeah, I mean, he could have tried to do some things in double elixir, cycling the Sparkies from the back and letting his opponent's troops walk into them, and then maybe cycling some double princesses. But even then, there's also not another fireball target, so you can fireball a princess down if it really comes to that. So just drafting himself into oblivion, like you said, and it's going to be back to the drawing board for game 2.
I mean, yeah, you take a look at the picks. Yes, you have log, and then you end up picking princess. Let's go ahead and take a look. And Neui just going ahead and picking monk as the first pick. And, you know, looking at the board, minion horde is out there, executioner is out there, 3 musketeers, hunter, but, you know, I'm really not understanding the first pick monk.
I guess he just likes the fact that it wins the one-on-one against Mighty Miner, and Golden Knight without a tornado here is not going to be the most useful. So maybe he's just trying to get his value out of the champion pick here, but it just completely opens the door up for MS to go Miner Poison. And we already see enough tools for this Miner Poison deck to do some damage. We see Bomb Tower, we see Spirits, we see Bats, Suppressor as well. We see a Snowball, a Zap, a small spell that's going to be good. We see Wall Breakers as well, so a lot of room to play with this Miner Wall Breakers here for MS as we're waiting to see what Neui brings out.
I'm very curious. Again, this is a mini account with under 100 games played from MS. I can't imagine that someone made it to this level having only played 100 games of Clash Royale overall. So, and now you see him picking. I wonder if MS is just completely a one trick and is finding himself in the dubious challenge of having to play whatever he can get his hand on with these drafted decks.
Yeah, and I mean, just looking at the second draft, it looks like Neui. I'm not sure I like this draft against Miner Poison, especially considering that MS could take a bomb tower and really neutralize it, but he opts to go with the Rascals instead of into a Monk. Not sure that was the best pick. Maybe would have gone with a Spirit just to accompany the cycle and the building, but he opts to go with the Rascals. And splitting those, maybe cycling 2 will be able to get him some value because there is no logger arrows here.
And
it'd be double small spell.
Yeah, taking them both and not worrying about the fireball. And again, these drafts, this is the guy who drafted Goblin Giant and Golem last game. Ended up coming out on top for it with some smart picks from spells and counters. And not picking the Inferno Tower, which would have been the best call against the Monk. Instead going Bomb Tower is MS, which is going to be a huge problem against the Monk.
Yeah, I guess he was just scared of the zap reset potential there. And these Rascals, I just feel like, are going to be able to get a good amount of value once this Monk isn't on the field, especially on defense, and a Balloon as the last pick. Wow.
So here we go. Jumping into game number 2 in what has already been a wild competition between these two. And Goblin Giant in front of the cannon cart. Miner going to the cannon cart. Valkyrie will easily cover that up. And as this Goblin Giant begins to work through the bomb tower, Hog behind it, bomb tower gone, Hog going to be in, cannon cart should, it just goes off its wheels. And then why do you wall breakers into that?
Yeah, maybe it's like panic there, thinking the cannon cart wouldn't go down, but just a waste of 2 elixir there. He had a slight elixir advantage, but that evened the board up a lot, and the damage is already in. Half the tower already gone on the left hand side for MS. Here we go, Miner Loon. Snowball.
And
yeah, nothing else. Nothing else for this Balloon.
He just has to.
He's only got a zap.
No, he's gonna go ahead and just go for the tower trade, it looks like, and I believe he'll have enough for it, or at least very close to zap to get just enough for the Goblin Giant. Does not get its last stab here, so with a minute 20 left, it does not seem like it's been difficult for Neui to get on tower, but it has been difficult for him to defend against these balloons, so he's gonna have to really probably push through for a 3 crown if he's gonna have any hope of trying to win this, it feels.
Yeah, just that last second balloon pick there just proving to be super efficient. I mean, there's nothing for this balloon whatsoever besides the Goblin Giant goblins, which you don't particularly play to defend the balloon, and then just spells. So really smart balloon pick there from MS. Could be his saving grace here.
1433 on that left-hand tower. MS just needs to slide through. And it's interesting, the Goblin Giant is one of the few actual things that could even put something on that balloon. And I'm very curious if MS recognizes that and just snakes that balloon on through. He should be able to cover here pretty easily. Plays defensive wall breakers and then a defensive miner. Cannon cart is still up. Hog Rider is still up. Monk is still up. Snowball is in. And MS is going to survive here, but barely, as he eats a ton of damage. And once again, goes wall breakers into a completely unconcerning cannon cart.
Yeah, and I mean, looks like Neui has found a way to get back into this one. Gotta just, I was gonna say, you've got to be ready with a Valkyrie there for those Rascals in the middle. However, a Snowball plus this might be able to defend it. Watch out for the wall breakers, though. Wow. Just like that.
Well, he did win. He did win. It's rare to find me speechless, and usually it's because someone has done something so astoundingly tremendous that it's hard to find the words. But I'm finding myself, Minnie, in a completely different situation where it feels like rather than one player won, one of the players lost, if that makes any sense.
I can understand where you're coming from with that. I mean, it just felt like watching Rocky versus Creed, just both players swinging, going for it without any regard for anything else. We saw a double cannon cart Monk Hog Rider push, and in the end, just Rascal's Balloon from a good draft pick at the end, just recognizing that there was nothing for the balloon, and that is just what won MS the game. But here we see Log and Delivery being drafted first.
And Neui probably should take. Does not. I guess he just decided that either Big Spell was fine by him. If I'm MS, I'm taking Fireball here. Mother Witch is out there. Plus, you can get to the princesses when they're far behind. Instead, despite the fact he doesn't have to pick a champion yet, picks a champion immediately in response to the Golden Knight.
Yep, Golden Knight being picked up here. Didn't want to play that Archer Queen into a Monk, and here we see a Cannon Cart once again. Another Cannon Cart Monk combo for MS. This time Barbs are going to be on the board. Does he take the Fireball?
Why are you not taking the Fireball? Why is nobody picking the Fireball? There's Barbs. There's Minion Horde. There's a Mother Witch. It's like you're being asked, it's like you're being handed a meal, and instead of eating it, you're just throwing it against the wall. It's crazy. Take the Fireball. Minnie, I'm going to let you take this draft from here because I am beside myself. Why would you pick the poison? We are seeing some tremendous drafters today. We've seen some phenomenal players. This mega draft is mind-boggling. This particular matchup is completely insane.
This is Clash Royale at its finest, Mega Draft at its finest here at the Snapdragon Pro Series. It's both players. Still no Fireball for either one of these guys. The Fireball just has not gotten the attention that it would need to get.
I don't understand what is happening. You take it. Take the Fireball. Just pick it. And now you have the Hog at the counter, and if you're MS, you have no Hog counter right now, so you have to pick either Inferno Tower or the Tombstone, and not pick the Fireball. Now you pick the Fireball.
Oh. I mean, I guess the plan worked in the end. I mean, now the Barbs are just gonna get fireballed, but here we go into the game. Hog versus Monk Cannon Cart.
I am really just flabbergasted. And MS beat Doom 2-0. That's maybe even the crazier part. That's the crazier part about this, right?
Yeah, Dominic, not even a free win or anything. He did 2-0 Dominic.
I mean, if Doom made it, I don't know. That's crazy.
Well, looking back at the Dominic versus MS game, it looks like Fireball was drafted early on, so maybe that's the difference maker. Poison coming out onto the Princesses. It just seems like Princess is a favorite here for MS. Miner comes down onto the tower. Do we see Monk in response? That's gonna be 2 Hog shots. Monk just a little bit late to counter that Hog. Golden Knight in response as Monk comes down the lane. Not much to use the ability on here.
And now you fireball all this, or you can bomber it.
Okay, Bomber getting decent value here. Cannon Cart goes down, but Bomber survives. This would be a good time to just defend this Bomber, maybe Prince, and then get a Hog Rider in front. There's nothing really cheap to deal with the Prince, and the Hog Rider adds some pressure onto that as well. Double Elixir could help MS to defend this one, though. And Goblin Giant in front. Wow.
And so the Monk do a little pushback. MS protecting the Monk from the Prince. Like, I think the thing that's craziest about this matchup that we've been watching, Mini, is that it vacillates between brilliant and brilliantly bad, right? Like, the picks that we saw in game number 1 by Neui were, like, the way he just painted MS into a corner was tremendous. And the little like, there's these little plays, these moments where, like, that's really smart. And then just, like, wild, reckless abandon.
Yeah, I mean, maybe that's why we're seeing these types of decks in Mega Draft, decks that are a lot less forgiving than you would see in 1v1. So maybe a key to the success there. But what I'm most excited about is maybe being able to understand these draft techniques maybe just a little bit more in the next round when we see one of these two players come through.
And
Prince does not take
little wall breaker split. Monk not popping an ability, just tanking there for a moment. Princess low, poison, easy choice there by Neui. And Cannon Cart wall breakers full send does get one connection from it.
Oh, yeah, and that Golden Knight went down before it could get the charge down. Oh, we're setting up with another Monk in the back. There's complete punish on the other. Oh, and there's just not anything to counter this with the Monk on the other lane.
And then you fireball it. 1751, top right-hand corner, triple elixir on its way. And the only thing, Neui just needs to make sure he doesn't overspend and get one of these, like, wild pushes to go right through him, right? That's all he has to do here. Log for the Hog. Cannon Cart will hold, but Hog might get in for one here, and it does get in for one. Damage on the right-hand side, significant as well.
I'm not even sure how he defended all that this time around. He shouldn't be able to defend this, fireballing it back. Does the Cannon Cart? No, does not take out the Hog in time. And it's gonna be O'Brien and Nizu moving on towards semifinals.
Yep. Moving along, and very curious to see how the drafting looks when he moves into his next matchups. Maybe a little bit more traditional in those future drafts, where he'll be facing the winner of, I believe, Adrian Piedra against Wallace, which will be our next quarterfinal matchup in what has been, wow, just a wild, edge of your seat, hair-raising, makes no sense best of 3 between these two players.
I'm unable to guess the next move. All these guys on the tip of their toes, just unable to know what the opponent's going to do next. And I mean, just Hog Rider, Goblin Giant, being able to take it against the consistent Princess draws that we saw throughout all those 3 games.
I am seeing someone say that MS is a guy called Retired CR. So he did repost today's bracket. So that might be him in the competition today. Either way, he is out. Neui moves on, and he'll face the winner of Adrian Piedra and Wallace. And I expect a much more. It's hard to call Mega Draft traditional, Mini, but I'll say it here: a much more traditional round of Mega Draft.
Yeah, definitely. These big names gonna Gonna put us back into check just a little bit. Wallace and Adrian Piedra, two of the guys who've been in the scene for the longest time. I mean, Adrian all the way since CCGS, South America, making it to the top there, and Wallace, who's been in the semi-pro scene for just so long, and now has finally gotten the recognition that he needs. Just getting through to the top world finalist 2 years ago in 2021, and this time again 2023, looking to show his skills here, his Mega Draft skills.
Well, Wallace, it's interesting. We still talk about his time in semi-pro, but Wallace has been playing at the CRL level since 2020 now. So it's interesting just to think about the journey we've taken, where Adrian Piedra was a central figure in Clash Royale competitive, from 2017 in CCGS all the way through 2020 in CRL. And then you kind of have the old guard versus the newer guard, where Wallace joined Pain Gaming in that 2020 fall campaign and then has been a fixture in CRL ever since. And of course, people might forget this, he won the first ever dual mode competition, the All-Stars event, at the end of that 2020 season. So I think that Wallace has earned that we talk about him as a pro, and maybe we can move on from the semi-pro, as he's now a multiple-time world finalist, and arguably in some ways maybe it's interesting to say this, Minnie, but maybe the more accomplished player between himself and Adrian Piedra at this stage in his career.
I mean, he's just been so involved for so long. Just feels like the achievements have been racking up for such a long time. As we head into this draft here, he does take Fireball first. Let's see how Adrian responds with Snowball.
Snowball first pick, EQ, Bar Barrel, Lightning Rage, and Juicy J joining me for this cast. Juicy, taking a look at this draft board. Thoughts on what we might be seeing?
Let's see here. Adrian takes the Archer Queen here because Wallace has already committed to the Fireball. So there's probably not going to be a Lightning pick. Wouldn't be surprised to see Balls take a Bar Barrel. Bar Barrel probably best spell here. Also decent versus the Queen. There it is.
So a solid pick here against the Archer Queen. And so far, Wallace not really giving us any clue as to his potential direction, as the Dark Prince is the pick for Adrian Piedra. Bar Barrel will be nice to rip those shields off.
Ice Spirit, great to stop that charge too. Wallace needs something to counter that though. He's going to be looking for a tank. I was thinking about taking the Fisherman for that, but Adrian actually takes the Fisherman because he doesn't want to allow any King Tower activations versus the Dark Prince either. Wouldn't be surprised to see a Knight pick here, but maybe he's going to go towards it, maybe a Skelly King or Gold Knight, just to have that 3-card cycle.
Not a lot from Adrian to go for here, right? You can't imagine he's going with Lava Hound at this stage with the picking, with the way he's gone on the ground. And there you see the Knight pick by Wallace.
Yeah, I actually really like the Knight over the Champ here. I mean, we talked about how Champs they were so good before the evolutions got added to the game. But after the nerfs, sometimes just having a 3-elixir Knight that you can cycle back to is better than having a 3-card cycle and such an expensive card. Because, I mean, if you really think about it, a lot of the time, Gold Knight is not a 4-elixir card. It's a 5-elixir card. And the Skelly King is not a 4-elixir card. It's a 6-elixir card.
The P.E.K.K.A pick from Adrian Piedra, is that just him trying to hedge against Royal Giant and maybe the Ram Rider here?
Yeah, I mean, Ram Rider, I mean, I think you're right. I think Adrian's really trying to block the RG, realizing that Wallace is one of the best RG players in the world, but Wallace can always just go towards a Miner as well as this last card, as the win condition.
Miner does get a little bit dicey here. Lots of ways to pick it up for big counter push potential.
Sure.
We'll see if... And Wallace really can't pick Drill here either with the Dark Prince.
Yeah.
And lots of ways to cover.
I think Adrian's...
Miner.
I think Adrian's honestly taking Miner to block Wallace from taking it. Because now, what does he do? I mean, Pigs probably. But, yeah, the RG was not an option. Drill was not an option. And like I said at the beginning of the broadcast, if you have to pick a wing condition and your opponent counters all of them on the board, Pigs is probably your best bet.
And now last pick for Adrian Piedra goes with a little more splash damage. So he has both the Dark Prince and the Bomber for those piggies. Fireball will probably find the Bomber as its #1 target.
For sure. I mean, it's something, but the Pigs are always going to be able to break through. I'm guessing we'll see a lot of snowballs on those Pigs, though, to slow them down, knock them back.
And Bandit does get the dash on tower. That's a
massive
chunk. Yeah, huge early on.
Yeah, I just don't think the Phoenix was placed quickly enough. He has a counter push here with the Queen. Wallace is leaking Elixir, waiting for a play. I guess he's just going to fireball here. I mean, I don't see why you don't just fireball right away, though.
And Miner happy to go to the back. Wallace anticipating nicely with the gang, and that was a nice little placement, kind of trying to cover the #2 and #3 spot, anticipating that Adrian wouldn't be as basic to go with that #1 spot, knowing NATO is not a factor here.
Yep, back in the back. Neui gonna get absolutely swiped down by that. Wallace does set the bomb tower up right away to deal with it. He's also gonna have that Phoenix. If he can cycle back to it, just to have that Phoenix to wipe out this P.E.K.K.A should be really good. And then eventually he's gonna start spamming some piggies. And the piggies, despite the snowball and the bear and the bomber, should get some chip. In the meantime, I don't see how Adrian really breaks through. I mean, he doesn't really have a big spell. He ended up not taking the lightning to break through that bomb tower. And he doesn't really have a good small spell to pair with the miner either to guarantee damage.
Yeah, well, let's see if he can maybe throw some pre-snowballs onto the Goblin gangs. But as you said, it's going to be kind of a tall order to find a way through here with any sort of consistency.
And that's the other thing. If you pre-snowball the gang, maybe you get damage, but then you don't have snowball for defense for those pigs, and I think we all know which is going to do more damage in the long run.
Kind of a rock and a hard place situation here for Adrian Piedra as the pigs go off to the left. Dark Prince plus snowball to mitigate and completely counter that damage here.
Beautiful play there. Bomb tower set up. Ice Spirit gonna freeze up, stop the charge, but also just make sure this bomb tower stays alive and healthy to deal with this fisherman, and maybe even stay long enough alive to deal with the bomber or this P.E.K.K.A. But it doesn't seem to be the case as the fisherman takes a nice swipe at that bomb tower, but maybe he's just gonna cycle back. There it is.
So far, so good for Adrian Piedra, who does maintain the lead and adds to it. As we go into sudden death overtime, Miner chipping away on the bottom right-hand tower, and you know that might be the story here. Juicy, so far it's been and missing the bomber is Wallace too. A half tile, it seems, off. Won't be too dramatic of an influence. And the snowball a little early. You saw the idea from Adrian Piedra, just a half step early and shut down by Wallace.
Here comes the Phoenix. Once that bomber goes down, there's probably gonna be some pigs behind it. P.E.K.K.A here, but he doesn't have the snowball in cycle to knock these back. He has Dark Prince, but look how much pigs damage this is.
And exactly what you were talking about. Exactly what you were talking about, Juicy. You try to make the Miner snowball play happen, get some extra damage. And it seemed like Adrian had kind of a decent game plan going. He was defending well against the pigs and maintaining an ever so slight lead. And you know, maybe that's a desperation play that you make when you're in triple elixir in the last few seconds and need to get that extra damage, but feels like he made it really early in this matchup.
Yeah, I mean, the last thing to call out, too, was just the fact that Wallace was so guarded and so ready for that play as well. Going for the Ice Spear first and then going gang to predict the prediction. That's what really snowballed this situation.
Oh, I see what you did there.
I actually didn't even mean to do that.
Bomber Dark Prince snowball covers. Now it's a high P.E.K.K.A. Minor P.E.K.K.A was a thing for a long time. Can this P.E.K.K.A effectively tank? Snowball plays defense,
But
Mecha
you
gets
need
in.
the offense. And it's just not there. No snowball. If he's snowball defense, no snowball on offense, and there's no way to break through the Gob game. And here comes another round of picks. There's only 5 seconds left. I mean, the damage lead is there. Wallace can be taking game 1 in this best of 3 versus Adrian.
You know, it does feel like sometimes people, Mega Draft certainly can be challenging, but it feels like sometimes people might be like, maybe look and think of a path that they're going to take and do that without considering the path and the picks their opponent might make. And Adrian's first 3 picks here, the Snowball, the pick in response to the Fireball, then the Archer Queen, then the Dark Prince. And he had this really interesting situation going, but then gets this really interesting pick of the Fisherman. And it really felt like the Fisherman was a card that had little to no purpose in this match.
Yeah, I think you're right. I mean, the Fisherman's a card where it can have the opportunity to really kind of block a lot of different win conditions, like Giant or E-Giant or even Golem becomes completely obsolete if you take that Fisherman. It also pairs quite well with the role of Giant. Maybe that's why he ended up picking it, because he knew Wallace was a Royal Giant player. But in the end, it matters not at all, because the Pigs is just one of those cards where it's kind of in a weird situation of how it attacks the tower so quickly like a Hog Rider, but it's not influenced by Fisherman or by the Tornado at all, because there's so many of them.
And Wallace, I think, seeing the board and seeing the Minion Horde, seeing the Magic Archer, seeing all the big spell targets here that are kind of really game-changing, and recognizing that he kind of has to pick that poison. Because, you know, Juicy, it's not unreasonable for someone to take both the big spells in a Mega Draft, given the weird, if the board's weird enough.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. I've seen it a few times for sure. I mean, you take the poison. Sometimes Adrian would be like, oh, he took poison, of course he's not going to take Fireball. But in situations like this board where, you know, there's a Minion Horde, there's a Magic Archer, maybe in other boards where there might be like Mother Witch, Zabby, stuff like that, sometimes having both of those big spells to have control on any other of those high value cards can be very important. So I really like that play by Adrian, just to play it safe.
Does Wallace, from a draft strategy here, start picking for ways to take Fireball out of the game? Right, you see him pick the cannon cart here. Is there a draft board strategy here where he can make the Fireball almost obsolete, other than essentially dealing damage to tower?
I mean, that is absolutely what Mega Draft is all about. We saw it last game with the Fisherman. We saw Wallace make the Fisherman completely obsolete by never giving it value with his picks. We see the Cannon Car Ice Spear pick here. Fireball really not going to get a lot of value. I'm sure we'll see more stuff like that, like maybe a tank, like a Lumberjack, a Knight, maybe one of the champions, stuff like this.
And Adrian putting a lot of pieces together that might go well in a drill deck. We'll see if Wallace chooses to cover drill. You don't have a lot of really great splash options here. Boulder might have to be a pick for Wallace. Goes with the Archer Queen, maybe to get some coverage and also buy himself some time for his next pick.
For sure. I mean, the Prince is an interesting pick as well. I mean, I really like it just because the only good counter here is the recruits. I wonder if Wallace does take recruits for that Prince, though.
That's also another pick that Fireball isn't great against. So
True. I love the Rascals there. I mean, the Rascals is also another idea to counter that Prince, and Adrian just swipes it up and makes it not an option. Giant Skeleton pick here. I don't really understand that one. I mean, I guess it does get decent value versus that Cannon Card and this Archer Queen. Adrian does need a win condition last card. Let's see what Wallace does to prepare for that. He takes the Bowler. Bowler is definitely solid versus the Rascals here. Not great versus everything else, though. Honestly, kind of giving this Prince and this Giant Skill even more value. I think I would have preferred a Recruits pick from Wallace there, honestly.
Does have the small spell for the Skeleton Barrel. This is going to be interesting. Does Adrian Piedra just use a Skeleton Barrel for pressure and try to get in deep with the Giant Skeleton, maybe get some Magic Archer lineups? Very curious, and Drill is the pick for Wallace.
Drill. I mean, Drill makes sense. Adrian doesn't have the best drill counters. I am just scared for Wallace though in this situation. I don't know how he's really going to deal with these princes and these giant skellies. I mean, he just doesn't have the cards to do it.
And goes cannon cart to the right. He does have the ability to put some DPS on it and then go ahead and try to kite with the ice golem, I guess. And there you see the ice golem getting in. That cannon cart's gonna get blasted up a little bit though.
Absolutely. Mega Minion gonna drop down. And this is what I was talking about the Mega Minion too though. Wallace's bowler and cannon cart will get completely dominated this match by that 1/3 elixir card that flies. Ice Spirit cleaning that up. Skelly Barrel inbound. Archer Queen gonna deal with that. Magic Archer down low outside the range of the Archer Queen. And if the invisibility goes off, then the Magic Archer will just walk away, which is why Wallace decides to just let her die. But here comes that Prince. Bowler comes down. It will hit the Magic Archer. He drops a snowball also to slow everything down. And it is a successful defense. I mean, I'm honestly kind of surprised with how well that worked.
I mean, it ended up being beautiful and maintaining the even elixir situation as well. So right now, it's a slight lead for Adrian Piedra. I guess the big question here, Juicy, is how many times can Wallace make that happen? And when we get into double and then triple elixir, is he going to be able to maintain these kind of defenses and control the Magic Archer at the same time?
Yeah, I mean, that's a great call. I mean, we see in single elixir good defenses happen like that, but when we start to see Adrian adding the giant skelly into the mix, maybe even ops lane pressure, it's gonna make things a lot different.
Archer Queen does get one shot on the right-hand side, so finally on the board is Wallace, who's so far doing a really great job of not giving opportunities for Magic Archer value.
Yeah, Magic Archer definitely not getting much value so far, especially if you can keep getting that poison down onto it. The problem in that situation is kind of what we saw before in the previous match. It's like, if you use the poison on the defense kind of versus that Magic Archer, it's hard to get damage. Speaking of Marcher though, getting some solid damage, and that Prince does get control for the Ice Golem for now, but that card is scary.
Archer Queen goes into the ability. Cannon Cart breaks down very, very early. And now here's what you're talking about. As we start to get deeper into the elixir flow, things getting more and more difficult. Snowball has to come out against that skeleton barrel. Yeah, Juicy, go ahead.
Yeah, Ice Golem at the bridge here. This is a good push. Prince Giant Skelly, though. I mean, it might be weird to see a Prince defend the drill, but the fact of the matter is this counter push can be very solid. Cannon Cart doing his best to clean up. So is the Archer Queen. You know, this is what Wallace has to do to defend against the Prince. He's basically relying on high DPS of the Cannon Cart plus Archer Queen to try and kill it before it can get the tower. It's successful in this situation, and you know, Wallace is doing a decent job of trying to make this comeback here, trying to get some damage in, but it's just so difficult versus these high-hitting, high-health cards.
Magic Archer has just been such a menace, and you see the kind of way it's been controlling the middle of the board, forcing these high poisons out. Yeah. Wallace has been creative. And this is kind of what I was wondering we would see, is Wallace starting to get some kind of old-school Clash Royale gameplay, Ice Golem kites, against some of these big troops.
Absolutely. Snowball gonna drop down this Skelly Barrel just to stop it from even getting close to the tower. Here comes the drill plus Ice Golem with the pre-poison. This is solid. This is what Wallace needs to do to win this game. He needs to use this triple elixir time to get as many poisons and drills on that tower as possible. But with triple elixir means triple the units on these pushes, dispelling pressures from Adrian as well. Once again, Magic Archer really controlling the middle of the map in that Skelly Barrel. Maybe the skeletons don't hit the tower, but that drop damage is solid every single time. I've talked about this on my stream multiple times. Skelly Barrel, one of the most underrated cards in Mega Draft.
Oh, and that Ice Golem missed the kite on the Prince, which now means that Prince is going to go ahead and caused so many problems, double magic archers down, and there might have been an opportunity for Wallace to get in on that one. But when that Ice Golem missed the Prince Kite, that was the beginning of the end. So just we were talking about, Juicy, he was able to make some really creative defenses happen, but as the troops stacked too much, it became too much, and the creativity couldn't withstand the onslaught he was facing.
Yeah, that onslaught is right. I mean, he did a decent job of controlling the Prince, the best that he could the entire time. But we saw that game finish off with just a very beautiful Prince chart of the tower. And it's just simply one of those cards that can be very, very polarizing in Mega Draft. I love the pick from Adrian to take those Spear Gobs early, realizing, probably seeing, having some future sight, seeing that there wasn't really another counter to the Prince. And then with his next pick, taking the Rascals, and then the Prince. I think the thing that Wallace needed to do in that game was get those recruits. If he got those recruits, there was a chance that he won that. I think the recruits pick over the bowler would have given him a chance. That bowler just really doesn't see much value versus a Giant Skelly and a Prince there.
Yeah, it didn't really have the NATO to try to turn it into offense either, or to get the control to go with it. To be fair, we saw a lot of the best defenses that Wallace pulled off were hinged on sort of like the bowler, snowball, poison combination, right? A lot of those did come from that work, but yeah, the recruits might have been a little bit better, but maybe people are suspicious of non-evolved recruits or non-evolved cards here.
Arrow's first pick. I love that pick. It's the only quote-unquote big spell on this board. Really the only spell that's good in general. I mean, there's a Rage and a Snowball, maybe. I mean, maybe a Rocket. In these sort of situations, though, specifically, I would say taking the Monk is very important, because if you don't have a Fireball or Poison to deal with that flag machine, you got to take the Monk. Adrian's already looking ahead at that possibility, though. He takes the Inferno Drag to counter the Monk. Personally, though, I think he should have just taken the Monk right out of the gate. Maybe he will now to deflect these Snowballs and Dark Gobs, though.
Snowball, Dark Goblin, Arrows, the first 3 pick from Wallace. So those arrows, I mean, that Dark Goblin will be very difficult for Adrian to deal with other than this Monk.
Yep, and like I said, Monk pick from Adrian. I think Wallace lost that opportunity. I think he should have taken it. He goes for the Ghost as well. Great counter the Dark Gob. Loving these picks from Adrian. It's the best that he can do in the situation where Wallace gets that Arrows first pick.
You know, I know Adrian is a content creator. Wallace, not so much content, focuses on competitive gameplay. I'm wondering how much more, you know, you as a content creator play a lot more Mega Draft, I believe, than most of the pros do.
For sure.
I'm wondering if that's similar for the Adrian Wallace situation we're seeing here.
Yeah, I mean, maybe, but honestly, I think I'm just an odd duck. Like, I don't know why. When Mega Draft came out, I was super excited for it, and it kind of fell off after the Mega Draft season, and I ended up just playing a lot of it, but it's actually kind of helped out a lot for global tournaments. Last global tournament, I ended up getting number 2 in a triple draft. I think overall, for these players, this game mode is definitely a little bit different, and they're not as used to it, but the caliber that they are allows them to make the correct decisions kind of naturally.
So, triple spell with a Rocket for Wallace.
That's wild.
Yeah, what is he seeing that's making that Rocket pick? Is he thinking, hey, maybe I'll get some value on witches behind King Towers?
Yeah, maybe. It's just a scary pick for... wow, and Barba. I mean, it's a scary pick for me, though, because the Monk does have the possibility of reactively deflecting that Rocket. But then Barba, though, I mean... Let's talk about this Barbutt pick. I get asked all the time, Juicy J, what's the worst card in the game? And I say Barbutt every time. Why? I mean, I guess Adrian doesn't have a big spell. Maybe he has defensive merit here.
Yeah, no big spell, no minor. There's no real way to get to it. So he's going to get full value of every Barbutt he plays.
And then we see Wallace just take wall breakers here. So ending up with kind of a high defensive deck, you know, decent value from the Skelly Drags for sure, but then probably looking at Rocket as his main win condition, though, later in Triple Elixir.
I mean, is this a Rocket Barb's cycle deck?
Yeah. I mean, Rocket Barb's cycle, it definitely could work. I mean, You need perfect defense, though. It's another one of those situations that we've seen. You need to have perfect defense, and then you need the spell cycle later in the match. Let's see if Wallace can actually make it happen here.
So Wallace leaking a ton of elixir, wanting to make sure that the timing is always right on these interactions. And that's going to be curious too. I mean, you look at Wallace's draft, and his bell for bell, beat for beat set of answers are really funky here. So I think we're going to see Wallace. I think that's not the first time we're going to see him leaking a bit to time his responses.
9 defense for the drill. Monk doing a great job as well. We see the Dark Off down the defense, kind of dealing with all of the swarm here at that quick attack speed. And that's a solid defense. And like you said, Barb Hut, Rockets, Cycle Deck. I think we're going to see another Barb Hut dropping very soon.
He is back to 7. Does give up the bit of the elixir advantage here to contend with that, but Adrian's going to have to either eat some damage or spend some elixir. He opts to spend in this situation, and Wallace once again, you see leaking about 0.8 of an elixir. Maybe that was 0.6, but either way, leaking just a little bit to get the timing right and make sure he can engage that flying machine on his side of the board.
Yeah, I mean, everyone back at home, I always say, don't ever leak elixir. Leave it to the pros. The pros know when leaking elixir is the correct way to do it, and Wallace is showing exactly how to do that right now. But don't try this at home.
Don't try this at home is tremendous. I don't know why I like that so much here. Wall breakers to the right-hand side. Snowball. Ooh, a little pre-snowball there, and let's get the connection.
Wow.
Spicy contact here.
Oh, and the monk ability, we talked about it earlier. You gotta pop that like a second before you think that you might have to, or else that will happen every single time. Ghost over the river does time the Dark Up though.
And this time, the engagement will take place in the middle. Arrows, but these are going to go down. This is going to leave a lot of pressure. And so you see the wall breakers coming out to get onto the...
Ooh, the rage drill, though.
Up. Wow, raged up drill. And that's enough to at least temporarily, for about a half a second, give him the lead, but more importantly, get him back in this game.
Yeah, and the Barbarians actually kind of end up being the win condition here, as Wallace just continues to cycle them on this left-hand side. Adrian's only main counters to this are the Witch and the Ghost, which are solid. Oh, wait, what a drill placement. Darkov walks away. Oh, my God. I don't think I've ever seen a better timed wall breakers, though. Somehow wall breakers are just completely taking out every single goblin.
And that's a, you think about that pick. We were kind of curious about that pick as the last one, and I'm wondering how much Wallace picked that, realizing he didn't have a good answer to the drills. And part of the plan was, instead of using them primarily for pressure, using them significantly on defense against these drill placements.
I'm not gonna lie, this has got to be the weirdest day of Mega Draft I've ever watched, casted over, or played. Like, I don't even know what I'm seeing here. We've got Wallace controlling this match completely, somehow winning with Bar Putt Cycle versus Adrian Piedra, making some decent plays. But we all know what Wallace's last card is, the Rocket. We're going to see some Rocket Cycle and Triple Elixir most likely.
And here's some nice pressure wall breakers behind the barbs, forces out the zap, but Ghost and Inferno dragging to that right-hand side. Barb Hut to clog. Folks, you talk about don't try this at home. Barb Hut isn't good.
Yeah.
Barb Hut is good right now, but that's one of the beauties of Mega Draft, right? Is Mega Draft makes it so some cards suddenly get very good because of the 14 cards that were already picked.
That, and also just the cards that are not on the board to counter. This is a very weird situation in Mega Draft where there's just not a spell. I mean, Adrian does not have a big spell. He does not have arrows, no fireball, no poison, and Wallace even taking the Rocket just to make sure that he can stack up Barb Huts to his heart's content, and he finished it off with just that card. GG's, ladies and gentlemen. Wallace probably taking the weirdest win of Mega Draft we've ever seen.
That was wild. That was wild, but that was brilliant late drafting by Wallace. You get down to the end here, and you look at the first 5 cards he picked: Arrows, Dark Goblin, Snowball, Knight, Skeleton Dragons, you're totally thinking one direction. Last 3 picks, Rocket, Barb Hut, Wall Breakers. And those 3 end up being the defining cards of the day. I mean, I don't think the Rocket was even ended up being necessary.
No.
You know what the Rocket did, Juicy? Was it made Adrian think twice about plays behind his towers. It made him reconsider where he could and couldn't play that witch, for example. And that probably disrupted his rhythm significantly.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. I mean, the other thing is it probably made him think twice about where he played his monk too. Trying to always think about deflecting that Rocket, realizing that Wallace always had it in his back pocket, and it ended up never getting the chance.
Just a really, really fun round of Mega Draft overall. And, you know, we saw back-to-back 2 very different kind of matches, Juicy. We saw one where there were some great picks and then just some, you know, maybe panicky stuff, not really seeing the board in full. And then we just saw some brilliant stuff, brilliant picks by Adrian and the game that he won that really painted Wallace into a corner. And then Wallace just getting like a 200 IQ read on the board there as we got into the last 3 picks and completely taking over and putting Adrian into an absolutely untenable, unwinnable situation.
Yeah, I mean, I see boards like that with no spells on it, and I immediately think, okay, I want to pick Goblin Hunt. I want to pick Elixir Pump. I want to pick Furnace. But never in my life would I have thought to take that Bard Putt, and it just worked. And now we have the semifinals completely filled up. We got InThrill versus Trainer Adan, and we got O'Brien versus Wallace CR.
Going to be a whole lot of fun. We will, of course, be back with those semifinals in just a little bit. Take a moment right now while we're on our break. Go ahead and make sure you follow Snapdragon Pro Series on all different social medias at ESL Mobile, at ESL_mobile on Instagram. The Snapdragon Pro Series has game offerings in Clash Royale, in Brawl Stars, in tons of different mobile games. If you love playing mobile games and want to play them competitively, this is the place to do that. Go to discord.gg/Snapdragon Pro Series to get in on the action yourself. We only have 4 more matches to go. Semifinal 1, Semifinal 2, 3rd place match, and our Grand Championship. All that will be happening right here in a couple of minutes. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with more Snapdragon Pro Series.
Welcome to the place where dreams come true, where everything you want can be yours, if and only if you're willing to work for them, you're willing to hurt for them, but most of all, you're willing to be first for them. Ha, look, I'm going straight to the top. I don't know how I would stop, like it or not. I got some goals that I'm hitting. You hear what I'm spitting, it's hot. Look what I got, whole lot of passion and pain. The road to success is insane. Stay out my lane, cause I'm on a mission. I'm getting what stands in my way. Yeah, I'm a beast, I wouldn't play with me, baby. The way that I'm training is crazy and I do it daily. You wanna talk about drive? I got more drive than Mercedes, I've never been lazy. I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete, well get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Ha, yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Ha, yeah, I gotta be first. Look, I don't want anyone's sympathy. I understand what it's meant for me. I give my focus and energy. If it's meant to be, then it's meant to be. But mentally, I'm undefeated. They hear that and say I'm conceited. Like there's no reason. Like I don't beat them and come back again just to teach them that when you work under pressure, you reach higher measures. They'll try and bring you down, but you cannot let them, and only get better and focus on cheddar. Eye on the prize and you'll become a legend. Like when I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete, well get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Ha, yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt. Cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Yeah, I gotta be first. They don't know what's gotten into me. How'd I turn pain into energy? Through all the struggle and hurt, remember my worth, and that's why I gotta be first.
The Snapdragon Pro Series powered by Samsung Galaxy is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S23 Ultra, Monster Energy, and DHL.
Welcome back to the Snapdragon Pro Series Mobile Open. We're playing Mega Draft today, ladies and gentlemen. It's been a wild ride so far. I mean, we've had some crazy gameplay. We've had some crazy picks. And we've seen them work and we've seen them not work. This last one, Wallace proved me wrong, taking bar putt, making it look easy. And this is the new matchup, the semifinal number 1, InThrill versus Trainer. Adnan, Mini, give me your prediction. I mean, that's what I'm always wanting to hear. We got to hear your prediction on this match.
I'm going to take Adan in this one. He's shown some solid gameplay. Not only that, but some solid deck constructions as well. Just showing some great fundamentals of Mega Drafts, just picking log, going with goblins, building around that, going with one of your favorite Mega Draft decks, Minor Poison. So definitely favoring him in this one. Same question goes back to you.
Wow. I mean, I was going to pick InThrill before I heard what you just said. I mean, you've completely convinced me. I mean, that was very well spoken, very well said. I mean, I guess you're right. I mean, Adnan, he's definitely shown some great gameplay, great picks when it comes to Mega Draft. Great mechanics. I mean, I think that's something we've seen not a lot of today. A bit of a lacking of that today, of just solid mechanics and understanding of the game mode. But I mean, we'll see how what InThrill brings to back up his own gameplay and his own deck picks. I wasn't super impressed with his first matchup, but we're hopping in the draft. Let's see what he's got.
All right, let's see. Adan, once again, like we've mentioned, taking the log at the start of the game. And they're going to go ahead and take that fireball. Opts go with the fireball as opposed to the poison, EQ, and lightning. Seeing those zappies on the board, very reasonable pick. One of the things I like to do when playing Mega Draft is take fireball and those zappies for yourself, so your opponent really struggles to take out those zappies. But Adnan having log already leaning towards a quick cycle deck, we know that he's going to be able to get around to that log more times than those zappies come around, so not in too much of a predicament as of now. And already we see the commitment, Minor Poison.
So I mean, I want to hear your thoughts on this one. I feel like maybe InThrill should have taken Minor Poison since Trainer Adan took log first. I mean, look at Trainer Adan's deck. It looks like this deck is going to be unbeatable the way this is going. He's going to get those goblins. He's probably going to get that berry tower. And how is InThrill going to be able to win and break through such a solid, almost meta deck that Adan's creating here?
Yeah, it's weird. It feels like Adan's basically having free reign, just almost as if it isn't Mega Draft.
Yeah.
Basically got all the bases covered. All he needs now is his support / range troop. No Musketeer, no Firecracker, the traditional route. So probably going to go, especially with this, probably with those zappies or maybe some rascals to be able to take care of the balloon. But InThrill still not super committing, just barely picking up this balloon in the second to last pick. Wonder how he's going to cap this off, as he's already got a Prince and a Skeleton King for the Minor. But Adan with Minor wall breakers, it's difficult enough to break through when you're playing regular decks, but when you're playing a deck that you aren't familiar with, it can even get twice as hard.
Okay, once again, I gotta ask you about this decision making from InThrill. Why, like, what do you think about him taking Balloon in the second to last spot there? I feel like waiting to take it last pick could have put Adan in a pretty tough situation where maybe you wouldn't have taken that E-Drag, maybe you would have taken something else and not had a good counter for that balloon.
I mean, I guess he he did what we saw in the MS game where he picks that balloon towards the end, just trying to take advantage of the fact that Adan hadn't committed to any balloon counters as that. But with it being such a quick cycle miner wall breakers deck, there's always going to be a bomb tower and cycle to pull that balloon. And since this is Mega Draft, you don't really have those synergies and that easy playstyle that you're used to getting. So unless Adnan makes some sort of major mistakes, some major overcommitment, that he doesn't have any elixir for the back foot, I see him being able to pull the defenses a lot quickly. I mean, even this E-Drag alone, that was actually fairly close, but it does pull off the defense against that balloon.
Mighty Miner of the Bridge to deal with this Inferno Dragon. The other thing about Adan's deck here is that since he took Wall Breakers and the Ice Spirit, he actually doesn't have the Goblins for that Prince. He ended up being forced to take E-Drag last card, not taking Goblins. So maybe that Prince can get some value from InThrill, but once again, the E-Drag actually is a great counter to Prince as well. I mean, I love that last pick from Adan. That E-Drag should get a lot of value in this match.
Yeah, it's going to be super difficult for InThrill to deal with it on Adan's side of the board. It's always going to get fireballed most likely, just to try to get that tower damage along with the balloon death damage. He's already gotten a decent amount of damage so far. He's going to have to pop the ability here. Great log there to reset and enable this Mighty Miner to take the Prince out here. And I mean, a slight lead here for InThrill, but now in double elixirs where these miners are going to start coming in left and right.
Here comes the Hog. He does bomb tower, playing up high. And then here comes a Miner Wall Breakers on the counter push. Guards plus the Bar Barrel, but the Wall Breakers still get there.
Yeah, he missed the Wall Breaker with the Bar Barrel allowing that connection. Let's see if he plays a bomb tower here. InThrill's going to be able to cycle back on the left-hand side to another balloon. So what he has to do here is just take this death damage and reset. He's gonna try to look for an activation with this Electro Dragon as well. I feel like it's gonna be super useful against dealing with those miners, especially because he doesn't have any cheap troops.
Sure. So
if he gets that activation with the King Tower, he can allow those miners to go undefended and commit more elixir to the offense in the other lane.
That's a great call. Ewiz, Barbara on the defense. Here comes a Mighty Miner ability. Ewiz does survive. Prince on the defense there. Ewiz gets a couple shots, but the real kicker is this balloon death damage that just keeps on keeping on.
Yeah, the gift that keeps on giving. And I was gonna say, it's unfortunate that he played a Prince into an Electro Dragon, but those wall breakers cut it right into the other lane. And now he's gonna continue just the aggression. And I feel like InThrill's figuring out a good rhythm. He's forcing out bomb towers, and was that a misplace on the... No, he chooses to fireball it. He's figuring out how to get the bomb tower out of the way with either the Hog Rider or balloon, and then go in with the other win condition. And he's actually being able to get consistent damage on the tower throughout the match. And he's got triple elixir to go here, but it's just him relentlessly sending the win conditions.
Hog Rider inbounds. I mean, yeah, you're absolutely right. I mean, the Hog Rider plus balloon is kind of almost like even an E-Giant balloon meta deck that we've seen as of recently. Just always trying to bait out that building to get damage with one win condition or the other. It's working out so far for him. Prince able to get one shot, but Adan still up the damage with just the consistent minor poisons.
Yeah, he's done a good job so far at containing the damage, but I mean, now he's just starting to roll the Hog Riders and the balloons all the way from the back, and I feel like this. Okay, this Hog Rider does a number on this bomb tower. Now this balloon's gonna go all the way towards the tower. Does he have another bomb tower in cycle? No, he does not, but he's gonna get it here. Does he waste it? No, he does not. Oh my god. Wow.
I think he must have misclicked on the Mighty Miner ability. He did not get it down in time. 16 seconds left on the board. Miner, log, poison, inbound, bomb tower on the defense. Prince actually picks up the Miner though. He's gonna be back to poison really quickly with the 3-card cycle. He drops it, but the fireball should be able to clutch up enough damage. Somehow, some way, InThrill is just barely gonna take this win using Balloon Hog Rider, making every mistake during the draft, but making every good play possible to win the game in the gameplay. What a beautiful game of Clash Royale from InThrill.
Yeah, super well played there. Got around to those win conditions in the end, just figuring out the right combination past all those defenses. And it took 4 and a half minutes to get that balloon connection onto the tower, but was finally able to do it and get himself a game 1 win.
I'm trying to think back on the match and figure out where Adnan went wrong. I mean, he was in control. All of a sudden, that hog rider or that balloon just made it. Maybe it was the high bomb towers. I feel like maybe if you have more centralized bomb towers, yes, it's fireball value, but your bomb tower will stay alive a lot longer to clutch up potentially multiple defenses. I mean, I guess the other big thing there is if you play a Mighty Miner to deal with the balloon, you got to pop that ability right away. You must have misclicked it. Either way, GG's. We are hopping straight in the next draft. We got Adnan taking poison right away. Definitely a solid pick. And InThrill going to a Mother Witch plus Rascals. I mean, once again, I just don't see what InThrill's seeing with these deck picks. If this gives Adnan the opportunity to take the Fire Spirit, best cycle card, to have the Minor Poison, Skelly Drags as well. I mean, a poison bait? I mean, this is just fascinating.
Yeah, he's allowing Adan to go minor poison again. And I mean, InThrill, we know him for playing funky decks. He's not one of those traditional cycle players that we're used to seeing at the top. And this time around, just Ram Rider Rage, and it feels like he's gonna be able to combo it with another win condition as well. And these players are picking fast here.
Yeah, I mean, I've never seen in a Mega Draft competition cards be picked this quickly. Usually players take the full maximum time to think through exactly what they want, but we just see Ewiz plus Hunter and a Tesla to defend. Barbarians as well. Not even opting to take the Barb Barrel. Why would you not take Barb Barrel versus Mother Witch and Rascals? And InThrill's gonna double down, seeing no Barb Barrel, taking Gang as well. This is wild.
Yep, let's see how InThrill manages to pull an ace out of his sleeve in this one. Mighty Miner from the back, going to meet the Ghost on Adan's side of the arena. Going to convert into a counter push where Adan can pop the ability. Rascal's split in the back, going to be enough for this Mighty Miner on the right-hand side. And it's going to be a slow start for Adan once again.
I was just going to say, Ewiz out of cycle for the Ram, but he's got Barbarians, I guess, as well as a Tesla. I mean, this is why I always say, if you're playing Mega Draft, pick your win condition last. InThrill pick win condition mid-draft, and we see Adnan just stack up like basically 3 to 4 counters, depending if you count the Hunter or not. I mean, textbook stuff from Adnan here.
Yep, using the Archer Queen to pick up the Miner, and most of the HP got taken off and then cleaned up by poison. And yeah, Adan once again with the Miner poison, just waiting it out until double elixir till he can get his defenses in order and then start sending those miners to the tower. Comboed with the poisons every single time. This time around he's got Tesla instead of Bomb Tower. However, it just feels like with the lack of a small spell,
you should take Bomb Tower.
There may be an opening for, yeah, it feels like there may be an opportunity for all the bridge spam to rack up once we get into double and then maybe triple elixir.
I was thinking the exact same thing. I mean, by not taking the Bomb Tower, you just don't have that splash damage you need. I feel like maybe Adnan will end up having to rely on defensive poisons versus all this spam, and maybe not be able to get as much damage on tower.
Yeah, but he's got a... Ooh, that's an interesting Miner placement. I guess he was trying to predict the Mother Witch. However, these Hoggies are going to get damage onto the tower. Now he should have a Mighty Miner here for these Skeleton Dragons, but it's little interactions like that that make playing Miner Wall Breakers or Miner Poison so difficult. We're into double elixir and your opponent plays a single Mother Witch and you're already down damage, and you're going to have to play perfectly throughout the entire match in order to get that damage back and then hopefully get a damage lead.
Yeah, I mean, it's really coming down to that draft, not pick, but lack of the pick. By not taking that Barb Barrel, he just put himself in very difficult situations like this where you almost need to use defensive poisons. Getting that damage back can be hard. And look at the left side tower as well. I mean, this is InThrill's bread and butter. Make a crazy deck that doesn't make any sense, spam both sides, spell bait everything, and just somehow win the game.
Yeah, and I mean, he's right into double elixir. He's already got in the groove of that. Just these rascals are a problem. Like you said, the barbell would have been so helpful at dealing with them, but he has no splash for them whatsoever. The only thing that helps him out is a mighty miner ability, and that's a raise up queen on tower. Does it have the ability? No, it does not. Ghost comes down, but it's the rascals paying dividends here.
Mother Witch on the board once again. Very difficult to deal without the bar barrel. I mean, I just have to think, I mean, why did he take the Electro Wizard? I mean, the Electro Wizard is just not really getting much value. I think he should have maybe thought about it a little bit more. He kind of insta-picked it after the Ram Rider was chosen. But, I mean, he's definitely in a very tough spot. I mean, and like you said, Minor Poison is not a deck that's super easy to come back. It's not impossible in the triple elixir, but it's going to be tough.
He gets the queen down, and now he should be able to play an EWIS, but that's just great recognition there from InThrill, knowing the EWIS would come down on top and placing the Goblin Gang in the back. And when it's been 4 minutes and you've only gotten 500 damage with minor wall breakers, you know that it's time to pick things up, especially in triple elixir. But InThrill's done such a good job of creating smart pressure throughout this game. That was such a quick cycle of miners there.
Yeah, 3-card cycle, but here comes Mother Witch, Rascals, Goblin Bridge. There's no bar barrel. That Rascal Girl is on tower, like you said, and that Rascal Girl does so much damage. It's almost unfair. Oh, the Mother Witch is still alive as well. Are you kidding me?
Oh, wow. Now he's got two. These Rascals are going to clean up on the back foot. Mighty Miner is not going to be able to break through. The Mother Witch is on the tower, and it's going to be InThrill taking a 2-0 against Adan, against both of our predictions.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like Adnan in both drafts really was making some great decisions, and it kind of, I mean, really, I guess in the first game, he made great decisions, and it kind of fell apart just because of one mistake in the gameplay. But this draft, I mean, maybe he was tilted after losing the first one, or yeah, I guess, right? I guess maybe he was tilted after losing the first match, and then he just got into a spot where he didn't make the right decision in this draft. Not taking that bar barrel ended up being the deciding factor here.
Yeah, maybe a frustration minor poison pick, just having lost that at the last second with minor poison, wanting to run it back again, but with the lack of a small spell in this one, it was so much more difficult for him to be able to control as this deck usually would. And I mean, InThrill made all the right decisions. He created a smart deck. He realized that there was no fireball, Mother Witch was going to get great value, and every single one of his troops forced so much elixir out from Adan on the back foot that was not productive from him, and he just kept this up minute after minute all the way up until the end of the game. Yeah,
I mean, a lot of great points there, and I just want to come back to one of the original points that we made during that game, as well as yes, you could have taken the bar, bro, that would have helped a lot, but also just taking that bomb tower. I feel like if you have the bomb tower there, you're good versus the Rascals, or decent anyways. You're really good versus the gang. You have more health to deal with the Ram Riders. It probably could have gone a lot differently. I mean, a couple of mistakes in the draft. The next upcoming match here is going to be O'Brien versus Wallace, though. Mini, talk to me about who you think is going to take this one, and why do you think it's Wallace?
I mean, yeah, I'm going to have to lead with Wallace. He's shown some good gameplay today, and O'Brien, we saw him take that win over MS, but I'm just not sure that he has what it takes to take a set off of a world finalist that is Wallace, a player of his caliber. So, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, a world finalist is just a different caliber here. I mean, I wonder, I feel like Wallace is probably the best player that we have seen in this tournament so far when it comes to gameplay, but also his drafts. His drafts are just so solid. He sticks to the basics, taking the spells first, taking the win condition in the end, looking for a high value cards, and he's made it look easy so far.
Yeah, he's made very smart decisions, making that Barb Heart Rocket work in the last set against Adrian. Yeah, I mean, like you said in the previous set that he played, in Mega Draft, there can be room for those cards that we don't traditionally see. And he's able to find that, especially having so much traction over 6-7 years of having played this game, he's able to make those decisions very, very quickly as well, just on the spot. And that's what makes him such a threat in this specific format.
That's a great way to say that. I mean, Wallace is definitely a force to be reckoned with in the duels formatting, even in the 2v2. But in Mega Draft, you're right. I mean, he makes really solid decisions because he knows the game so well. He knows how every single card interacts with each other. And that is the key to being a great Mega Draft player. And especially even noticing those super important cards like the Barb Hut when there's no big spell.
Yep, and as we head into this draft, Rich will be joining me. Rich, how do you feel about the matchup that we have right now?
Well, I think that Juicy hit the nail on the head, right? A very straightforward drafter is Wallace, and someone who I think does a good job of evaluating the board early. And you can see just sort of the more experienced style of picks here. He picks the log, and I guess that maybe Neui is picking the goblins. I'm curious to see if he picks some more cards to give targets for that log at this point. But just even early on, you see some, I think, slightly more veteran drafting from Wallace early on. Now, Neui put up some really interesting, some really tricky draft picks in his match against MS. So we'll see if he has something cooking here, something up his sleeve for this matchup.
Yeah, I mean, we look at the initial log and goblins pick. Maybe would have rather have picked skeletons if I was Neui, just to avoid the 2 elixir commitment just getting logged every single time. But Wallace is doing a great job of slow rolling this draft. He's got a great foundation. He could go any avenue, whether it's balloon, graveyard, miner. He could even play a drill, which wouldn't be the best because he's got a dark prince, but he has that ability because of how he sets up his decks. The knight tanks, cannon cart support, he's got a big and a small spell, and now he can just play reactively based off of what his opponent drafts.
And now the question is, what does Wallace want to do to control this balloon? I don't think he wants to go purely troop-based with Fireball being open for Neui, although we've seen that he has a hesitance to pick the Fireball, and that was my thought there was Inferno Tower becomes a really solid pick. Log to knockback and slow both on the Dark Prince and on the Battle Ram. Inferno Tower to control against the balloon. So now starting to get some abilities to spread that log thin. Thoughts on the last 2 picks here for these guys?
I love how Wallace has drafted the Musketeer already. He's basically got it covered. Wow. Not expect... it seems kind of weird having the double support in the Inferno Tower. Maybe... I don't know what I was expecting. The Graveyard is a great pick. Just kind of forgot about it throughout the draft. And Goblin Gang is the last pick in response to that Graveyard from Wallace. So decent answers on both ends. That log won't be able to reach that Goblin Gang when it is defending the Graveyard, but that is why Wallace has a poison.
Yeah, and the poison's going to get... the poison doesn't fully counter Graveyard, but it does get that value when you're defending Graveyard with 2 elixir goblins or 3 elixir gang. So very, very savvy picks here by Wallace. The big question for me now is, can Neui spread him thin enough to move the targets around and get an opportunity for this loon to get through, or for the skeleton barrel to be a distraction, or for this, he has 3 win conditions here.
Yeah, we saw it in the InThrill game where the vast majority of win conditions when you had Hog Rider and Balloon, you can really play and make your opponents waste their building when they don't want to. It's a very unorthodox style of playing. It's something we don't usually see because these decks just are completely atypical of what the meta is. But we have seen multiple win con decks have some success here today. I wouldn't count Neui out just yet, but Wallace definitely has a lot of potential for controlling and just dictating the flow of this one. And
yeah, well, look, I mean, you saw that Wallace kind of had to make that play. Didn't have the login cycle, didn't want to use the Inferno Tower, so exactly what we're talking about is this deck Wallace has a deck that could almost be, not quite, but could almost be a meta deck. It's, it's got a couple pieces off, but this nonsense is Mega Draft nonsense.
Yeah, I mean, it's working to Neui's favor so far, just left and right. The log gets used. You see a battle ram on the left. The 7 elixirs committed for a battle ram. You see a balloon in the opposite lane. So Neui's definitely living up to the multiple win-con expectations here, just completely making Wallace having to overexpend and not be comfortable with his defense whatsoever. And it's just so weird to see like lone balloons like this, but it's gonna get death damage, and this is the strategy of how to play this matchup.
How close can Wallace keep things as we get towards the end? And oh, not happy with that. Will be able to control the skeleton barrel here, and if this knight gets in front of the musketeer, stays alive. Poison will come out on the gang, but doesn't get all the gang here. Doesn't get onto the spears, and what could have been the move that really got him back into contention ends up falling just a little bit short.
Yep, let's see how he supports this Archer Queen. He's got to tank it somehow. Is that on tower? Just barely locks onto the Knight log used on the left-hand side for the skeleton barrel. And Balloon's gonna force an Inferno Dragon. That's a very smart balloon because it prevents Wallace from playing a Graveyard with that push. Just because it gets countered by a Musketeer, it buys him that time that Wallace has to allocate on the defense. So very smart balloon there. Nice recognition there from Neui.
Wallace opting not to go Inferno Tower on that one. And now that he sets it up for the Dark Prince defense, Balloon and Skelly Barrel come in directly onto that right-hand side. Musketeer is distracted. Wallace might take a shot here from the Balloon, and he does. Takes a full shot. Now Cannon Cart, Musketeer going opposite direction. Wallace has a chance to overwhelm here. Graveyard should come down, but he can't quite get enough elixir for it yet. Graveyard does come in now. Cannot get a tank across the board, but can the Graveyard tank for the Musketeer? Not going to happen as this gets dealt with early. 386 to 1516. Poison can't get in the mix, and Wallace just finding himself a little stretched thin.
Yeah, and you have to keep playing those types of aggressive balloons. I feel like he's going to cycle back to another Musketeer as Wallace and be able to defend this. Otherwise, he's going to be in trouble. He's got to place a Musketeer at the last second. And it does place it to the right-hand side to head on over there for his next counter push. Love the placement on that. Splits damage well and gets a lot of damage back into it. Another balloon to pressure, and he will get enough elixir for the Inferno Tower. However, the smart balloon prevents Wallace from being able to play a poison with this Graveyard. So just really heads up play there from Neui.
Late Poison trying to see if he can get the Muskie on tower. He can't. And so, you see the idea of this like Cannon Cart Musketeer hoping the Graveyard can tank for these big glass cannons, but just can't make it happen. Graveyard in, gonna have to Graveyard Poison and hope he can get enough there. But now, of course, the rage clears, and Wallace falling in game number 1 here. Neui drafting this wild deck, but able to put so much pressure on and get the damage early that Wallace was unable to battle back in.
Yeah, Neui played that really well throughout the entire game. It's absolutely just so weird to see Balloon with Skeleton Barrel and Battle Ram in a deck and it working, but I feel like it goes to show that Neui, he's in it to win it. He's not just going to roll over just because he's going up against a world finalist. He employed some good fundamentals, pressuring when your opponent's attacking to not let him commit with the push, enabling him to get easier defenses, and he repeated that same method time after time after time, and that was ultimately what got him the win. The smart pressure, and Wallace just being stretched thin.
Well, the interesting thing is you saw, and this is a kind of a key for bridge spam players, is we saw the Battle Ram, and in some cases even the Skeleton Barrel, getting in the mix on the defensive side of the board, right? Clogging up that lane, taking shots, and then dropping their troops so that Wallace had to contend with them at the bridge rather than actually turn it into the push all the way onto Princess Tower. So very, very nicely done overall. Those 3 win conditions, but 2 that were able to play both sides of the board.
Absolutely super well done there once again from Neui. And this time around, Wallace picks up the fireball. And Neui going with arrows and Phoenix. Looking at this, there's a magic archer, a witch, and a dark goblin, as well as this archqueen to pick up that Phoenix. So if I'm Neui, I want to take this monk to prevent Wallace from getting value out of that archqueen. And there we go. He does end up. This is going to neutralize basically all the air targeting troops that are a threat to his Phoenix, whether it's dark goblin or the magic archer. So he's already having a smart deck composition so far, and this is where Wallace's expertise is going to come in, because now he's got to figure out other ways to tackle this Phoenix that aren't going to be from range, and they may not even have to be with air troops. Maybe he's just going to have to go super fast cycle, and maybe he picks up a tombstone that's going to be able to distract for a while because there is no poison. So it's going to be interesting to see how Wallace drafts himself out of a strong start from Neui.
Archer Queen into the monk, so maybe going from bad to worse. And now, I mean, if you look at Neui's picks here, bridge spam certainly could be a possibility. Goes Loon instead.
Yeah, balloon here. There's not a building that's going to do a much better job than this bomb tower, just because of the pull and the death damage drop as well. And good thing is that Wallace does have a snowball. I feel like he's got to commit with drill here, just because Neui doesn't have splash damage, and if he needs to, this drill can be super good at retargeting this balloon if his main building drops, or if he needs to play that drill on defense. It's a great escape route as well. Commits with a battle ram for now, which allows Neui to adapt. Maybe he can go with tombstone, because yeah, tombstone would actually be a great stabilizing pick here against all these troops.
And goes
to go with a bomb tower.
Bomb tower instead, which, you know, you see some of the swarmy stuff here, right? And it will hold up a little better and will help against the goblins, help against the spears. So, you know, kind of a half and half pick, and it's the tombstone instead for Wallace. So he has two knockback spells to bop that balloon around. He has a tombstone, spears, and the archer queen. How hard do you see it being for Neui to break through and actually get loons on towers?
It's difficult, but I have a feeling he's gonna be a lot more aggressive with it in single than we're used to seeing, because he understands that Wallace, you know, as good of a player he may be, he's not used to this deck in its cycle. He's not used to playing these cards in against a specific air deck. So against a building, snowball, and an archer queen, Wallace should be able to defend for the majority of the time, but it could be so troublesome if you just get caught with your archer queen in the wrong lane, and then maybe no tombstone to pull into the middle. And then you also have the added threat of a monk reflecting the archer queen ability. Just feels like it's going to be more of an uphill battle for Wallace here.
And monk getting across with, again, the tombstone will hold here, and Wallace just trying to pressure, and how often can he force those arrows to do other things?
Yeah, smart spear gobs there from Wallace. Didn't have the barbell in rotation, so he did have to use the arrows on it, and that's what he's going to be wanting to try to do the entire match. If he's what Wallace needs to do is get a battle ram on tower when there's no bomb tower in cycle and the lumberjack has been used. So let's say Neui commits with a balloon, lumberjack push, that's 9 elixir. Battle ram in the opposite lane, that's a 4 elixir commitment. Then you have 3 elixir for the tombstone, which is going to be distracting the lumberjack, and then you can get your archer queen down. So I feel like that's a specific moment that Wallace has to look for, because otherwise, if Neui is able to dictate the tempo of this game, it's not going to be looking good, because monk and Phoenix will have their way.
Ghost plus battle ram to the right hand side. They're not able to get back to the bomb tower. This is a big overwhelm push here. Barb gets on, and that is a huge lead opened up by Wallace. and taking advantage of an opportunity to put himself right back in this.
Yeah, would have maybe loved to see a balloon there, just with that monk that was fully healthy on the left-hand side before the ghost came down. And I love this tombstone placement from Wallace. It covers both sides of the arena because he's got that snowball. If the balloon is placed on the right-hand side, he can place a snowball in a way that's going to push the balloon into range of that tombstone. And he's going to be finding himself cycling back to multiple tombstones multiple times. He misses this Dark Goblin here, which could be huge, especially if it stays behind the monk like it's doing now. And this is trouble for Wallace.
Oh, and the queen is on the monk. Tombstone pulls the loon. Queen does stay up, though, mercifully for Wallace. And he's going to come out of that down elixir, but relatively unscathed.
Yeah, that I'm not sure how that queen survived that, but it did. We're gonna see a bar barrel here to take out this ghost, and he is able to get another queen down in time. Snowball retargets, and that's a clean series of defenses for Wallace.
And monk will pick up queen on the right hand side. 90 seconds left. Wallace is way ahead here, but triple elixir does get scary. What are the keys for Wallace to be able to hold here in triple against the loon onslaughts?
He's gotta just free flow his card, just not be afraid to meet them at the river and cycle multiple tombstones. Having this one up already is a super good safeguard, because then he could play another one on the right hand lane. And with this Archer Queen being kept alive, it could be a blessing and a curse, because now Neui could punish the left-hand side. Looks like he's just going to opt to take this down and keep going on the right-hand lane. However, Wallace making him defend the left, and now a push is brewing for Neui.
And does Ghost go invisible? Again, does not quite. But again, pressure. Wallace not letting Neui turn this into an offensive onslaught, instead forcing him to continue to spend.
Oh, he didn't pop the ability
on the defensive side. Wow.
Yeah, just a missed ability there. Not sure if maybe he just didn't expect the monk to survive that long, but he had the chance to pop it against the Archer Queen and maybe get a connection, but too slow, too late. You got to be super quick with those monk abilities like Juicy's been mentioning all day. And now the avenue's open up for Wallace. It's going to be a battle ram connection on the left-hand side. Barbs are going to take it, and we have a 1-1.
And a really interesting path for this draft out of Neui, right? Because, you know, you take a look at the overall drafting for Wallace, and if we go back to I'm trying to go back to where the draft board, you know, when he picks the loon, he's already picking into Fireball, Snowball, Archer Queen, Spear Goblins, right? So Neui's out there picking into a lot of ways to control. There are 2 buildings still on the board. It, you know, in retrospect, it feels like the balloon was just maybe a comfort pick out of Neui. We've seen him have success with it before, but this wasn't like he was picking into 0 balloon counters.
Yeah, it definitely, like we mentioned, Wallace had the tools, but so did Neui, right? He had that monk ability to open up space, but we just never saw a successful monk balloon combination take out the Archer Queen. We saw the one that you mentioned with the Archer Queen miraculously surviving was not locked onto monk, locked onto Phoenix. And these little mistakes on offense allowed Wallace to get continuous defenses time after time again. And we see arrows after from Wallace and a firecracker in response from Neui. That's rather unorthodox.
Yes, arrows picked, and you go with, again, and maybe he's trying to be very mega drafty, right? And go, hey, I'm gonna play some bait type stuff and give you lots of targets. But, you know, I kind of want to see Neui go back to what he did in game number 1 and make this fight dirty. Right, he tried to play he kind of went with a clean pick in game 2, and Wallace was more than capable of handling it. So, love to see him go back and make this dirty again and make Wallace scramble in these exchanges.
Absolutely, and Wallace is going to be able to take Cannon Cart once again. I feel like he very much likes this combo. We've seen it from him in the first game, Knight and Cannon Cart works well, and he can also build it with the building of his choice. Neui, I feel like, is going to be forced to go with a lightning because of this cannon cart pick if he wants to be able to neutralize on the other side of the arena. Once again, we see a balloon on the draft board. Will it be taken?
And it's got to be in the mind of Wallace here that that's a real possibility. Ram Rider is open for Wallace. There are multiple buildings here, including Tesla. He's not going to pick a snowball for knockback. So, and the Loon is the pick. So, Neui leaning on the balloon, and this time he has a building and 2 of the ranged troops that could counter. What direction does Wallace go here to hold, and picks the Wizard?
Wizard, and I feel like this is where a lightning pick's going to be super fruitful, just because that Wizard being 5 elixir, that's something you can afford to lightning, especially if you can get a connection onto the building as well and just completely get it out of the way. Love the Ram Rider pick. Can be used on both sides of the arena, both to defend the balloon and to create pressure on offense. However, Goblin Cage is one of the better counters against Ram Rider, just because you can kind of place him in front, make the Ram Rider charge, and then it'll DPS down the Ram Rider. Here we see a Prince being drafted, and that's actually a very good pick because there's not any small distraction troops here from Wallace. He does end up picking the Skeleton since he already has his win condition picked with that Ram Rider. An E-Giant.
And I love that. That's right. And E-Giant. The hair-raising final pick. So here we go. And a slow start. Now cycles Bomber into the Archer Queen.
Bomber going down the lane. Wallace did end up picking that Bomber because there was Royal Hogs on the board. So he did kind of have to safeguard that pick. And already, right off the bat, a very aggressive start here from Neui. Will it come back to bite him, though?
And Ram Rider will do a lot to slow that balloon down. Death damage only. And Ram Rider does not go coast to coast. Brawler able to stop that from happening. Very close, these two so far. 16 HP. The separation in the left-hand lane. No damage on the right-hand side for either player.
Yep, great use and placement of that Goblin Cage there just to take out that Ram Rider. And Neui, here we go. He's going to have to try to look for Prince value when those Skeletons aren't in cycle. And going to have to try to find those moments where he can get that E-Giant on tower as well. And I mean, now he can... Go ahead.
You talk about you called out E-Giant as being wild, but E-Giant Loon has been kind of happening lately. We've actually been seeing a fair amount of E-Giant Loon in the game at the moment, so it's not the wildest combination.
Yeah, we've been seeing it a lot on top ladder. This time around, there is no tornado, though, which, I mean, I think what's going to be hurting Wallace here in the long run is the lack of a building. Just to pull either the balloon or the E-Giant. However, Wallace does have the ability to keep his Wizard alive for all these defenses, which is going to be absolutely massive for when we get into double elixir and Neui tries to build big pushes that the Wizard's just going to splash them.
How does Wallace create real damage, though? Right? Because he does have to... He's pretty much going to get on tower either by spell value or the Ram Rider, but he really has to save that Ram Rider for these balloons. Otherwise, it's going to be Balloon City.
Yeah, I mean, he's got to look for an overcommitment and just good value from Neui. This Wizard is going to be one of the best things, especially if he can get splashed both on the E-Giant and Balloon. That's where we're going to start to see a very positive trade build up from Wallace, and when he can start making a lot more plays happen with his troops.
So here we go. Sudden death overtime on its way. Arrows consistently finding that same target. E-Giant to the right-hand side. And Wallace just going to go for some range damage here.
Yep, just consistent E-Giants to pressure here at the bridge, and they're getting damaged because of that lack of a building from Wallace. Ability going to be popped here and is going to take out this cannon cart. Archqueen ability getting absolutely massive value for about the third time now.
2 shots from the Wizard on the right-hand side, so hope for Wallace, but right now, with 90 seconds left and a very large gap in damage, that hope begins to dwindle. What kind of move will he make? Does the desperation play begin sometime soon here?
It feels like what we mentioned with this Prince, Wallace not having any distraction troops, feels like these skeletons aren't enough. They're cycled in the back here, and the Prince isn't even on the board. So when a Prince does get played from Neui, he's going to use the next set of skeletons, and he's going to have more troops surrounding that Prince. So it just feels like he's doing a great job of neutralizing this Prince value. There are some very heads-up skeletons, though, from Wallace.
And here goes the Ram Rider now. The Ram Rider, though, doing a lot. Man, that Ram Rider getting absolutely ruined by the E-Giant. Does it connect? It taps just barely. And Wallace calling good game here after that Ram Rider gets shut down by the E-Giant.
Yep, trying to snipe the Archer Queen here with the Wizard is successful. Firecracker does get just 2 shots on a cannon cart, and a Wizard is so much Firecracker value. Here he can just Goblin Cage or E-Giant this right-hand side. The E-Giant stunning the Ram Rider has got to be the absolute favorite interaction for Neui right now.
I mean, it was a guaranteed GG play. Wait, the poison, can the arrow steal it? No, they can't, never mind. There's the right-hand tower. I was looking at the left-hand tower, and Neui ends up with a beautiful 2-1 win, a gorgeous pick at the end that shut down the only real offense for Wallace, and he will be going on to our finals after a beautiful, beautiful draft play.
Yeah, I mean, I like that he was able to play a lot more to his strengths in this one than in the previous best of 5. He played very simple Clash Royale, right? We didn't see some insane cycle mechanics from him. We just saw, okay, I have troops that my opponent's deck just isn't equipped to handle. So let's just play them at the most opportune moments that inconvenience him in the biggest way possible. And I feel like that was the absolute trend in this one. We saw it in game 1. We saw it in game 2 to a lesser extent. And then game 3, once again, just E-Giants or balloons being played and just doing so much, causing so much of a headache for Wallace.
You know, I really do wonder if Neui kind of baited that Ram Rider pick. Right? You know, he picks the balloon, seeing Ram Rider on the board as the most likely counter, the most viable counter available for his opponent. And so he picks that. Ram Rider gets picked. Boom, throw the E-Giant there as the last pick, which, as we saw, completely shut down any hope of that Ram Rider doing any real damage to tower. And there's been a couple times today, Minnie, where we've seen Neui make these picks that completely paint his opponent into a corner with no doors, no windows, and no way out.
Yeah, definitely some smart drafting for Neui. You could argue Wallace has Wizard and Ram Rider. Why doesn't he just defend the E-Giant with that? Because then he can play a balloon in the opposite lane. And, you know, 5 elixir for Ram Rider, 5 elixir for Wizard. You're not going to get a poison down with enough time to slow that balloon before it gets to tower. So it just seemed like stars aligned for Neui in this set.
Yeah, brilliantly aligned, and they took him all the way to our grand final. Let's take a look at our bracket, where it will be InThrill and Neui in our grand final third place match. Money and points on the line between Trainer Adnan and Wallace. So we'll be coming back soon with both of those matchups. We'll see. Can Neui ride the unorthodox drafting, the real, pressing the strength? And that's what I hope for, right? Minnie, I said, game number 2, you went traditional, let's get weird again. He got wild, got the win, and now he's in our finals. Speaking of our finals, we have that and our third place match coming up next. Let's take a short break. We'll be right back with the final 2 matches of the Snapdragon Pro Series Mega Draft Open.
Welcome to the place where dreams come true. Where everything you want can be yours. If and only if you're willing to work for them. You're willing to hurt for them. But most of all, you're willing to be first for them. Ha! Look, I'm going straight to the top. I don't know how it would stop, like it or not. I got some goals that I'm hitting. You hear what I'm spitting? It's hot. Look what I got. Whole lot of passion and pain. The road to success is insane. Stay out my lane.
The Snapdragon Pro Series powered by Samsung Galaxy is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S23 Ultra, Monster Energy, and DHL.
Welcome back to the Snapdragon Pro Series. Right now, we have our third place match coming up. Honestly, kind of looks like a championship match. We got Wallace here coming in versus trainer Adan. I mean, that's a powerhouse matchup. I feel like both of these players are players that I thought that I would see in the finals. But this is the third place match. We're playing for quite a bit of money here. Give me your prediction, Manny. Let's hear it.
I'm gonna root with Wallace here. He's done some solid draft work, some solid picking, just not going his way in the last one. And then we saw going double minor poison against InThrill. Didn't work out his way. So I feel like he might still be a little bit tilted from that. So I'm gonna go with my friend Wallace here.
I think that's a solid pick for sure. I mean, both players seem like they are kind of solid in their drafting. They're very similar in their drafting. But we did see trainer Adan making a couple of mistakes here and there. Wallace is known to get a little crazy though, as we've seen based on the board. But I mean, we're looking at the draft right away here. I already am really liking Adan's situation here, just having that only big spell, that fireball. Interesting that Wallace decided to not go for the big spell right away, just taking the log. I mean, log's solid, but I don't know.
You could take Mighty Miner here and have bait open. If he chooses, does have a Dark Goblin up there and only arrows.
Sure.
From Adan as a small spell. I'll have to take a knight here. So, I mean, Wallace does such a good job at drafting in the most fundamental way, keeping his routes open. Just like log, spirit, knight. You don't know what he's gonna do next. Yeah,
he could take a Dark Goblin right now, or he could go for like bait, or you could just go for, oh, never mind. He's going straight for the Goblin Barrel. So he is going to lock in with bait here. I mean, honestly, I think it's a solid pick though.
Yeah, he is, he's picking it early on and he's going to live by it. And this kind of puts Adan in an interesting position because he has to, it forces him to pick something for the barrel. And maybe he doubles down on it with another defense for the barrel, or maybe something else for the Dark Goblin, like a Valkyrie. But if he overcommits too much against bait, Wallace could try to punish with another win condition. But this Night Witch, very smart, respectable pick. No poison, no splash damage just yet from Wallace. So good pick from Adan to just slow things down here.
I wonder if he just, I was gonna say, I wonder if he just takes the exi here for that Night Witch. You know, it's not traditional bait. You know, traditionally you would just take the Gob Gang, the Inferno Tower, and then the Rock and have a nice bait deck. But this is Mega Draft, ladies and gentlemen. We have a Executioner gonna be taking out this Night Witch and a Mortar for solid defense. Interesting pick. I mean, I heard you say some, I mean, what do you think here?
I don't know if it's the way to go, but it does depend on his last card. Does Adan go Sparky here? Is okay. Yeah, he does. And Wallace goes with an Electro Spirit. It's going to be useful for distracting and or stunning that. I don't know if Wallace has enough firepower to break through the defenses that Adan set up. Maybe he did commit to that Goblin Barrel just a little, to the Goblin Barrel just a little bit too quickly. It feels like Adan has just a very nice deck overall to deal with this.
Interesting. Yeah, I mean, you said firepower to break through. I feel like Wallace might not have enough firepower to stop these massive pushes that Adan's going to be getting here. I mean, he doesn't have the rocket for the Sparky, and he picked Mortar, which is, I guess, decent versus Sparky, but I feel like you'd rather have an Inferno Tower in this situation to just melt those Gob Giants. Like, I mean, do you think I'm wrong in that assessment?
No, definitely the mortar was a and that's a pain.
Oh, what?
Execution.
Oh, the mortar smash a tower. What? Bro, how does the mortar smash a tower from there?
Wallace doing Wallace things in this first minute of the match is not the start you're looking for if you're Adnan. 2 executioner connections, both directions of the axe connecting to your tower, and then the mortar shot from there with the help of the log against the Sparky, I believe. There's absolutely massive interactions there.
Yeah, I mean, dead Sparky, massive damage from the splash, and what all caused that, everything that just went down was all just because of that one elixir Ice Spirit. You know, we see all of these players, or a lot of them anyways, pick that Ice Spirit really early. Y'all might be wondering, why are you guys taking a 1 elixir card? Like, how significant can that card be? And the Ice Spirit showed what it's all about right there.
Yeah, and he's got double spear. His cycle is going to be super, super quick and double elixir, and he might just have to lock down the defense for the remainder of the game, just chipping barrels while trying to focus on the defense as well. But he's already got that damage that you wouldn't have expected him to get at the start. So I feel like now he's just got to lock down, distract with the E-Spirit Connect. He's getting consistent chip damage time after time because there's not any cheap troops from Adan.
Yeah, no 1 elixir cards at all, and not even any cards that could do a good job of, you know, tanking a spirit and then counter pushing for high value. Sparky's trying to get some good value here, and looks like he will. Taking on the Knight, taking on the XZ, but Wallace is calm and collected. He just set up another defensive mortar, and I'm starting to think maybe he was just right. I don't think I want to question his choice of the mortar over the Inferno Tower anymore. This mortar is doing such a good job of controlling the entire board.
Yeah, he's been playing it super well and been putting Adan into positions that he can't commit to his offense as he would like to. Good set of arrows right there. That Executioner is in a position to be taken out by the Sparky. It does get taken out by a Fireball Arrow combo instead. And no splash damage with that Sparky. That's what he's going to be looking for this entire game. Does this connect to tower? No, gets blocked at the bridge by Goblin Giant.
Executioner, Knight, Ice Spirit resets the Goblin Giant to the Knight to keep the XZ full health. XZ swinging through, hitting those minions in the back end there as well. And Goblin Giant gets 1 hit, but here comes the Goblin Barrel. Arrows do take it out just barely.
Yeah, almost missed those arrows. That could have been devastating there. This is going to be a Fireball on the Dark Goblin, and this is Adan's able to get a lot of damage back with spells now against the tower, and Wallace only has a log to get damage if Adan defends properly.
Yeah, that's a great point. I mean, usually in bait we see a rocket in this sort of situation for an ability to break through, but Wallace not having that instead.
Oh, that's going to be so much Sparky value.
Oh, you were right. Oh my God. Many take it away as we look at this counter push.
Yeah, that exactly like you were saying before, just and the Fireball value as well. Sparky being able to clog the entire lane being played from the back and no big spell from Wallace just really shuts down his options. If he's able to get consistent arrows on defense, he's just now 2 fireballs and the last ditch arrow effort away from closing this one out.
Wow.
But he's got to prevent those goblins from hitting the tower with a barrel. If those goblins connect from a goblin barrel, it's over.
And he's just fireballing every single executioner. Goblins do connect. That's huge. 20 seconds left on the clock. Arrows come down. Goblin Giant bridge. 16 seconds. Electric Spirit, Ice Spirit do clean up everything. Sparky not able to shoot this mortar. I don't think this Goblin Giant's breaking through. Oh, wow.
Yeah, and that Fireball having to be used on the back foot. Is there a Knight to distract? Watch out for the Spirit Goblins. Oh my God.
Oh! Trainer Adnan! Taking it away just somehow, some way. Are you kidding me? All he had to do was stop those spear gobs. I'm speechless.
Speechless is the term. We see here the first opening interaction from Wallace that put him in such a good lead, but once that Fireball was used on that Goblin Barrel, I thought it was over.
Yeah.
All Wallace had to do was just shut the door there at the end, but instead I think he played a log on offense instead of getting a Knight down for the Spear Goblins, and that's all it took. I mean, you saw here here we go, just 100 damage separating the 2 players.
I mean, Is that a mistake? Do you think he had Night and Cycle and just didn't have enough elixir because he used the log? I mean, wild. I mean, great play from Wallace overall, cycling those barrels, realizing he doesn't have the rocket, and just getting barrel, applying so much pressure, getting the damage somehow, some way, and forcing out the defensive fireball. But the Gob Giant, it just needs a nerf, man. This thing, it does so much damage with those spear goblins, with the hit speed of the melee as well. Arrows being able to be enough to break through a mortar to get those spear goblins on tower is just wild.
Yeah, that was some insane last ditch effort from the Goblin Giant there. You know, one of the things that I dislike most about Goblin Giant is that if you log it when it's low HP, whenever the Goblin Giant's up, you can't clip the spear goblins, and that makes it a super annoying interaction to have to deal with. You would think that log is going to be super good at taking care of those spear gobs, but you have to actually wait for the giant itself to be down before you can get those spear goblins, making them super tricky to negate 100% of the damage the entire time.
I couldn't agree with you more. We are heading into the next draft of this best of 3 for the 3rd place. We have Wallace of the Arrows, Zap, kind of being his spell of choice. No really good big spell here other than lightning, but he ends up doing what we've seen him do before. He's taking lightning also.
Oh, wow.
Talk to me.
That's a killer recruits pick from Adan.
Sure. But why? Explain.
There's no bowler. He's got the bowler.
Yeah.
The skeleton dragons, I feel like they do splash damage, but their radius is so small they're never going to be able to clip more than one recruit. So I feel like Adan really has a lot of potential with this draft.
You make a great case, and I feel like the other thing that recruits pick really did for Adan there is that he kind of put Wallace in a situation where he had to choose between picking like a quote-unquote like real win condition and a counter to the recruits. He ends up going with the Magic Archer, which can act as a win condition if he would have placed that Magic Archer one tile up further. That's crazy. That small mistake cost him so much damage there.
Yep, it's the little things here, and here we're going to see some skeleton dragons get some good value against this bowler, but it's going to be a monk in front to get the reflection and aim to take them out. Tesla is going to pick up the bowler. Do the skeleton dragons stay alive? Yes, they do, and this is going to be a clean defense here for Wallace.
Very clean defense. Cannon card does not lock on. Here comes the Battle of the Bridge, though. No Tesla in cycle. Zap drops down to reset, and then Skelly drags. Oh, that was close. It's it won't stop the barbs though. Barbs will get some solid damage.
That could have been easily 500 more damage. Super close interaction there. If that charge would have hit, would have been a lot more unfortunate for Wallace, but already it's Adnan in the lead. And when recruits has the lead, you think about recruits, it's so good at shutting decks down. And when we're not in Mega Draft, you can try to find ways around it. Maybe it's cycling logs, maybe it's using some splash damage troops. But because this deck, it messes up the micro there to Adan and tossing the lead back to Wallace. But since there's no real counter to the recruits here, there's just so much potential for Adan to overtake with them.
Yeah, imagine if Evolutions were in Mega Draft 2. I mean, this would be over already. But I also just want to point out again, I've said it before, I'll say it again. I think that Skelly Barrel is probably one of the most... What am I even talking about right now? What is this cannon card locked on this tower? I guess he just doesn't have a tank in his deck. That's insane.
Yeah, he's got no tank. His most tanky droop is the Bandit, and that can get easily taken out by just a little bit of DPS.
Sure.
However, it's going to come down to how optimally Wallace can use that. Maybe getting some dashes to get some invincibility, making the most out of his interactions. That could change a lot, and that's a great preemptive lightning, knowing that there would be something to come down to support that cannon cart and just not messing around there.
Skelly Barrel being on the bridge opposite lane. Heal Spirit to try and heal this Hunter up. A Zap to try and kill it in time. But a solid defense nonetheless. Bowler in the back from Adnan. I feel like the thing that Adnan can do to really just end this game is just put together a really big Monk recruits push. Because how do you defend? I mean, yes, the recruits will get value no matter what. But especially with a Monk in front to deflect potentially Skelly Drags or a Magic Archer, like that's a scary situation.
Yeah, definitely. We haven't even seen the recruits yet. I hope we see them once we get into the triple elixir. However, Adan does have to be careful because playing those, Wallace can stack up with the Magic Archers from behind his tower. And if he's able to get more than one up and there's no Monk to negate them, it could spell a troublesome counter push for Adan to deal with. And this Skeleton Barrel drop damage is super dangerous because this time the roles are switched. Adan has no big spells and Wallace has a ton of spells to do damage.
Yeah, it seems like that's what Wallace likes to do. I mean, when he sees a board where there's not that many spells, he kind of monopolizes them. This is the second time today we've seen Wallace take 3 spells here.
Ooh, Skeleton Dragon's on tower.
Oh, that's massive. And the Monk ability panic.
Now we can get a Magic Archer here.
Oh, why didn't he? Oh, but the prediction cannon card. Was that a prediction of the prediction of the prediction?
It was a prediction of the prediction of the prediction's prediction. Now we have a... Oh, no. Wow, this is a lot of pressure on the left-hand side. Maybe that lightning was just a little bit too much of an overcommit for Wallace.
Wow, and Trainer Adan just like that, taking a 2-0 sweep versus Wallace. Wallace just must not have had enough elixir to get that Tesla on the board. I guess the prediction of the prediction of the prediction was not enough for Wallace to take this game. GG's.
The result of this prediction is that Wallace deceives us. We thought he was going to take it, but in the end, Adan does come out on top. Just looking at that draft for that third game, it looked ugly for Wallace. But in the end, he didn't even need to use the recruits to down them and just did such a good job pressuring and playing around the 7 cards that he played. Bowler was able to channel a lot of counter push potential, just taking care of Bandit and tanking for Skeleton Dragons. But in the end, when we reached triple elixir, we saw Wallace play those lightnings a lot more. The last one was just too much aggression for him to deal with, and then he got punished on the back foot.
Yeah, so close to winning that game. He was just one lightning really away. But I love the pressure from Adan there. Interesting to see 0 recruits played that match. Maybe he just thought that Magic Archer was too much of a threat to push into. But it ended up working out for him nonetheless. A win is a win. Congratulations to Adan taking 3rd place. But now we can get to the real stuff. We have InThrill versus O'Brien here. I mean, I gotta pick InThrill in this one personally. We've seen him make some crazy decks, but he backs it up with some perfect gameplay every single time. Maybe Mega Draft is just simply his domain.
Yeah, I'm gonna rock with InThrill here as well. Although rooting for O'Brien after beating Wallace wouldn't be the most extraordinary thing that I've done. But InThrill's just shown the composure throughout the day to really make me feel like he's gonna bring it home in this grand final.
Yeah, I mean, that's a great call. It's definitely going to be a close one. I mean, we've seen InThrill make some crazy decks. We've seen O'Brien make crazy decks as well. It's going to be a battle of who... I mean, I feel like the matchups barely matter here, too. Like, it just comes down to some crazy gameplay. InThrill, we've seen him take Rascals plus Mother Witch into an opposing poison and just have it work out by just spamming dual lane pressure. And we've seen O'Brien really surprise us with some crazy stuff as well.
Yeah, I mean, the drafting is there from both of these guys. Both of them have shown some smart deck compositions throughout the entirety of this day. O'Brien surprising us, you know, especially when he beat Wallace, but showing that if he sticks to the fundamentals, letting all of that do the work and drafting yourself not into a hole. His drafting was actually really smart, putting pressure onto his opponent. He's got potential, but here we go, Juicy.
Here we go. Rich Slayton's going to be joining me here on this final match. Rich, do you have any thoughts on this final 1v1 Mega Draft best of 3?
Well, I mean, it comes down to one question. Can Neui still put together confounding, confusing, disruptive drafts.
Yeah.
If he can do that against InThrill and then play those decks the way that he's played so far, he can very much be our Mega Draft champion.
You say that and you're absolutely right, but my thought process is you can't con a con man. InThrill's been doing that to people all day today. He's been picking some crazy stuff. He gets the log first. He takes his favorite Mega Draft card, in my opinion, from what I've seen, Rascals. Then he gets native Skelly Drags. I already know he's ready to put together the most spammy spam deck I've ever seen.
Well, let's see how it plays out. No small spell here. The best it's going to be for Neui is going to be to really make sure those timings of the Royal Delivery are on point for that Goblin Barrel, and that's actually a great pick there, Juicy. That Goblin, that delivery really feels like it needs to go for the Goblin Barrel, and so he picks the Monk to counter the Archer Queen, so it's not forcing that spell to play double duty.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. Monk, the natural counter to the Archer Queen. Its ability just to flex the Archer Queen ability. We also see Neui picking some Elite Barbarians. I guess taking advantage of the fact that his opponent can't take the guards, but Rascals should be decent versus that. InThrill spawning with a Prince of his own into guards, and then we see a Goblin Giant. I mean, we all knew this was going to happen. This draft is getting a little wild.
Yeah, this draft has been absolutely insane, and no surprises here as we get into this next stage. Here we go.
Here we do.
First game of our last matchup.
Inferno Tower, last pick from InThrill. Really going to try and lock down the defense. I mean, I feel like it's going to be hard for him to break through, though. I mean, he does have the Goblin Barrel. You're right. You're totally right about baiting out the deliveries with that Archer Queen and the Skelly Dragons, but he also has Poison. Maybe Poison's going to be enough to lock this down to save that delivery for the barrel the whole time.
Now, quick question for you, Juicy. Was January the year that we had Mega Draft as the ranked mode for this year, or for Clash Royale?
I believe so. I'm pretty sure it was January. It's either January or February, but I think it makes sense that it was the first month.
Well, if it was January, then Neui got 36th on ranked for Mega Draft. So maybe we're seeing some of that flex here.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense, honestly. I mean, he's definitely not the kind of standard player that we see. Usually pro players in Mega Draft go to really controlled drafts where they, try to make a cycle deck that they're kind of used to. But he's got some crazy stuff. He takes the Poison, but then he takes Ghost. And then with the Ghost, he takes the Goblin Giant, and he's just ready to make a spam deck. Here comes the E-Barbs at the bridge.
NATO to pull all that back. The E-Barbs do not get tanked for by the Spear Goblins, but they will still at least get that Prince into a position where it's not a threat going the opposite direction. So first exchanges. Thoughts after we're now 2 minutes in, single elixir done. How do you feel about this matchup now that we're this deep?
I feel like I gotta give it to Neui here because the Monk for the Queen, deflecting logs potentially as well. And then, as you see, he has not played one card yet, and that's the delivery. Just saving that for the barrel. It's gonna be hard for InThrill to break through that.
We have not yet seen the Inferno Tower get into the mix here on InThrill's side. We'll see if at some point he feels comfortable doing that. And yeah, delivery. And that Monk was just a huge pick, right? Making sure that delivery was able to focus, and so far so good. You can play that delivery reactively to Goblin Barrels, but you gotta be quick about it.
Yeah, you definitely gotta be quick. Here comes the push at the bridge. Well, interesting. NATO to pull everything into the push. Ends up working out. It makes it so that delivery actually didn't drop on everything because of the NATO pulling that in. Here comes the ability to kind of deflect everything
available for this.
Yeah, you're right. No delivery available, and now those goblins are putting in so much work. Electrowaves, that Prince is still full health rich.
Guards come out, and the NATO to pull it back. InThrill pulling out all the stops and roars into the lead as we hit sudden death overtime. Neui with a phenomenal, brilliant draft, and InThrill working out the kinks, figuring out the mathematics to make this work in his favor.
Wait, like, I honestly think that tornado was one of the craziest, most creative tornadoes we've ever seen. The tornado to pull the Goblin Giant into his push to make it so the delivery missed everything. Like, I don't think I've ever seen someone pull that play off before.
And now the Inferno Tower not going to be interfered with by the EWIZ. Great recruits to keep that away, and the defense is holding. 151 remaining.
Here comes the Goblin Barrel, and the delivery drops.
A little cheesy one, but look at the connection, though. 93 HP now.
Yeah.
Was that a Rascal Girl?
Oh, wow. The log or the Rascal Girl. Either way, he's like one log or two logs, two NATOs away from winning this game, or just two NATOs. He's forced to use NATO on defense here. He goes for the Goblin Barrel as well. Wait, is this push actually going to be able to do something? He gets the Inferno Tower down. I don't think it's enough.
And just trying to find some solution here. Going for the surround, but that's not going to matter. NATO gets it done. Thrilling work by InThrill. And man, that was a fun, one of the most exciting, one of the most interesting games we have seen today, Juicy.
Yeah, I mean, that play right there, pulling everything in so the Rascal Girls stay alive, that's what really did it. And like I said, pairing that along with that beautiful NATO to pull those guards back to allow the Skelly Drags and the Prince to connect on tower. I mean, this is just perfect gameplay from InThrill. I mean, Neui might be in his element with the Mega Draft, but InThrill, he's making it look easy. I mean, well played all around.
Yeah, I mean, you take a look at the way that this draft built, and InThrill, seeing that, hey, I have the log, I have the NATO, I'm now putting you into a really tough spot. So a great pick by the Goblin Barrel, but really where he won this was in those last two picks, the Prince and the Inferno Tower, able to lock things down on defense, and the Prince able to create offense. And then, as you said, the creativity of the tornado play to go ahead and take the offensive delivery out of contention. Goblin Barrel goes in. GG, well played.
Wow. All right, we're hopping into the second game. O'Brien's going to have to win this one if he wants to make it a 2-2 match or 1-1 match for the best of three. We see a early Ram Rider pick from InThrill. I mean, honestly, I'm not surprised. This man does not care about taking his win conditions early, because a lot of the time it'll take a second win condition if he needs to.
And interesting selections here by Neui so far. Very spammy, and continues that with the Pekka pick. And he has not been the guy who leans on Loon, but this is feeling, I mean, you can't pick Loon into this Ram Rider. We saw, of course, the E-Giant play beforehand, but that's not the kind of situation we're looking at here. Got to be Drill, maybe?
Yeah, I mean, it would make sense to pick Drill after picking that Dark Prince. Dark Prince is the best Drill counter on this board for sure. What doesn't make sense to me is that Rage. If you're really buying for a Drill, you want to take the Barbarian Barrel, because InThrill could take this last card to really put a kibosh on that. You know, maybe he's even going to go for a Balloon. Balloon doesn't make sense, though. I mean, there's a Minion Horde, there's a Ram Rider, and a Queen to get through. I think he's got to take Drill. InThrill doesn't go for the Barb Barrel.
And Neui taking his time here. Miner open, Drill open, and goes Miner. Okay.
Fair enough. Miner Poison. Pekka, like you said, it's the OG deck. But he's got a lot of bridge spam to, in this deck as well. He's got the Dark Prince and the Bandit to make dual lane or just same lane pressure.
That Tombstone, pretty crucial pick here. Tombstone and Skeletons for lots of control. First Miner picked up by InThrill. So far, so good for the man with match point.
Yeah, that Tombstone will definitely get value in this single elixir. When it gets a double elixir, Neui's going to start to be able to maybe get some of those poisons on top of the Tombstone. Interesting, the Pekka actually pushed back that Queen, retargeting it away from the Hunter. That makes his push a little bit scary.
InThrill has to fireball this, and now Ram Rider to try to lock the Dark Prince down. Those skeletons got evaporated. You could see them pop on pop up from InThrill's side, but then barely even appear on the board. Attempted prediction on the spears out of Neui goes awry. Still, he has the lead and is behind by just about half an elixir with about halfway left in our opening 3.
InThrill probably going to get another tombstone here just to stall out everything. There it is. I love the placement. Trying to catch his Miner. Miner does not get picked up, but the Skellies will try to mitigate the damage. Queen right side to prevent poison value. Pekka in the back to deal with the Queen.
Pekka and Hunter both feel like real problems for InThrill here in this matchup, Juicy. What is his way of getting these Ram Riders past these two?
It's going to be tough. Ram Rider is one of those cards that I'm just not a huge fan of, because getting past that is one thing, but also getting past the Ice Spirit is another. A simple 1 elixir card does such a great job of completely stunning, but maybe that's the least of his worries right now. These pushes are looking scary, and Neui's just continuing to increase his damage lead.
Archer Queen to the right-hand side with the Skellies, trying to see if he can get a little bit of damage there, but pretty easily picked up by Neui. Now he has a healthy Pekka, plus a relatively healthy Dark Prince, and great play by Neui there on the minion horde to keep the pressure going. Now a full Miner Pekka poison push on the left-hand side.
Miner Pekka poison, and now Hunter is clearing the way for this Pekka. InThrill's doing the best that he can to try to keep everything dead, and he does succeed. Here comes the Ram of the opposite lane for the counter push. Minion horde as well, but look at that Hunter Ice Spear Rage. I mean, what are you going to do to break through that?
And InThrill finally gets on the board with one little Dark Elixir globule from a minion. But he has a long way to go to get back in this one, and just under 2 minutes left.
Yeah, I'm trying to think of how. Just any way that you can. I mean, I know you just asked me that question, and I think I still don't have an answer, because maybe with Archer Queen 3-card cycle, you can cycle multiple Ram Riders to try and outcycle literally the Ice Spirit to try to get a charge on tower. I mean, that's the only way I see anything happening for him here.
Does get a touch and a couple of shots, and now the Miner being forced out on defense. InThrill starting to put some pressure on. Ice Spirit does a lot to control. Ram Rider in. Ice Spirit is not available for this Ram Rider, and so now it's the real pressure in from InThrill. Bandit dashes, but damage done. 1605 to 1364. There is your answer, Juicy J.
Wow, I mean, it's fascinating how that 1 elixir card, the Ice Spirit, is playing such a big factor here. It's needed for the Ram Rider and the Minion Horde. It does not hit the Ram Rider, though. The pre-fireball clears the way on the Hunter, the Bandit, and the Dark Prince. This tower's down to 600 HP with 40 seconds left.
Held it together for so long, but now starting to just drift away. Needs to get the Ice Spirit on here. Prediction fireball, but the Ice Spirit does jump in time. 393, 23 seconds left. Now the pressure is truly on for Neui. Miner gets picked up by the Knight because of the coverage in the back on the tombstone. Ram Rider into the Hunter, but that is just a pressure play. Miner poison has to come down. Will this Miner turn? It will not. Rage tries to get it up, does not matter. And InThrill with a phenomenal performance. And once again, he works out the equation and finds a way to become our Mega Draft Open champion here at the Snapdragon Pro Series.
Wow. I mean, you said it exactly how I wish I could have. I mean, he just finds a way. And I feel like the biggest thing in this match that he did was catching those miners. Every single miner that came in for Neui, he had a knife for it. He knew when it was going to be placed in the back. He had the tombstone in the back to force the miners to the front, catching with a knight every single time, and making it through on the offensive, distracting everything. The pre-fireballs, getting through those ice spirits, and he just makes it happen. GG's, well played to InThrill. A much-deserved victory.
A much-deserved victory indeed. Just continuously, you know, you talked about it, Juicy, drafting fairly traditionally with his decks, drafting kind of a simple draft style, but figuring out how to get the win. And Neui continued to do what he did very well, which is make it dirty, make it difficult. But we saw here the minor P.E.K.K.A. poison play just not quite being the solution that Neui needed. Mini, we just finished our championship. That was a really interesting match. Talk to me a little bit about what you saw from InThrill in this final.
I mean, just the same that he's been showing us all day. His drafting has by far been one of the most distinguished that I've seen today. He's definitely not afraid to mix in his regular playstyle into draft. And I think this time around, Mega Draft has benefited the player who's not a cycle player, because he's being able to create all these funky decks that work really kind of off meta, and he knows how to play them. He knows how to put his opponents in the most uncomfortable situations, and he was just able to execute time after time. He was on a super consistent day today.
Absolutely consistent. And of course, a big shout out to our second place finisher, Neui, who put together some of the most exciting matchups of the day, unconventional, out of the norm, really fun drafting. Juicy, this is a guy who clearly has had some talent in Mega Draft, and he put it on show here today with a really wonderful second place finish.
Yeah, I mean, I can't lie. I was very surprised to see him make it so far, especially beating Wallace. But, I mean, he deserved it. He made some crazy picks, but he backed it with some very, very nice gameplay. So close to taking that grand final, but second place, I mean, that's some solid cash for, you know, a little bit of a Saturday, or I guess it's Friday. I don't know. I don't even know my days of the week. Stay in school, kids.
Stay in school. Well, maybe not for these guys, as they take home a little bit of scratch. And of course, they get some all-important points toward our Clash Royale final, which will be taking place on December 2nd. If you haven't yet, of course, make sure you subscribe to this channel on YouTube, follow us on Twitch, turn on your notifications so that you can come back to see that grand final event. Again, here on December 2nd. You can also follow the Snapdragon Pro Series on all social media at ESL Mobile, ESL_mobile on Instagram. And you can get in on all the action yourself. This is the era of everyone. Discord.gg/Snapdragon Pro Series, so that you can play in Clash Royale, Clash of Clans, and beyond. And a quick note here on November 5th, so here in just a couple of days, the Clash of Clans final, or our next event for Clash of Clans, will be live streaming here on the channel as well. So mark your calendars if you're someone who lives in the Supercell universe. Clash of Clans right here on November 5th. Final thoughts, gentlemen. Mini, I'll start with you. It was a fun day of Mega Draft. Biggest takeaway on the day?
I feel like it doesn't matter.
I don't got the time, put me in, coach. I've been going hard, time to let it show. Everything raw, give it to me now. Let me have a spot, man, it's going down. Gotta get it here, I don't wanna wait. Take what I want, then I go train. Gotta get a win, I won't lose the game. This is my year, I ain't gonna break. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side.
On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal.
Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here.
On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal.
Snapdragon Pro Series powered by Samsung Galaxy is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S23 Ultra, Monster Energy, and DHL.
Welcome to the place where dreams come true, where everything you want can be yours, if and only if you're willing to work for them, you're willing to hurt for them, but most of all, you're willing to be first for them. Ha! Look, I'm going straight to the top. I don't know how I would stop, like it or not. I got some goals that I'm hitting. You hear what I'm spitting? It's hot. Look what I got. Whole lot of passion and pain. The road to success is insane. Stay out my lane, cause I'm on a mission. I'm getting what stands in my way. Yeah, I'm a beast. I wouldn't play with me, baby. The way that I'm training is crazy, and I do it daily. You wanna talk about drive? I got more drive than Mercedes. I've never been lazy. I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Ha, yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Ha, yeah, I gotta be first. Look, I don't want anyone's sympathy. I understand what it's meant for me. I give my focus and energy. If it's meant to be, then it's meant to be. But mentally, I'm undefeated. They hear that and say I'm conceited. Like there's no reason. Like I don't beat them and come back again just to teach them that when you work under pressure, you reach higher measures. They'll try and bring you down, but you cannot let them, and only get better and focus on cheddar. Eye on the prize and you'll become a legend. Like, when I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete, well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Ha, yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Yeah, I gotta be first. They don't know what's gotten into me, how'd I turn pain into energy. Through all the struggle and hurt, remember my worth, and that's why I gotta be first. Welcome to the place where dreams come true. Where everything you want can be yours. If and only if you're willing to work for them. You're willing to hurt for them. But most of all, you're willing to be first for them. Ha! Look, I'm going straight to the top. I don't know how I would stop, like it or not. I got some goals that I'm hitting. You hear what I'm spitting, it's hot. Look what I got, whole lot of passion and pain. The road to success is insane. Stay out my lane, cause I'm on a mission. I'm getting what stands in my way. Yeah, I'm a beast. I wouldn't play with me, baby. The way that I'm training is crazy, and I do it daily. You wanna talk about drive? I got more drive than Mercedes. I've never been lazy. I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Ha. Yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Ha. Yeah, I gotta be first. Look, I don't want anyone's sympathy. I understand what is meant for me. I give my focus and energy. If it's meant to be, then it's meant to be. But mentally, I'm undefeated. They hear that and say I'm conceited. Like there's no reason. Like I don't beat them and come back again just to teach them that when you work under pressure, you reach higher measures. They'll try and bring you down, but you cannot let them, and only get better and focus on cheddar. Eye on the prize and you'll become a legend. Like, when I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Ha. Yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Ha. Yeah, I gotta be first. They don't know what's gotten into me, how'd I turn pain into energy. Through all the struggle and hurt, remember my worth, and that's why I gotta be first. Welcome to the place where dreams come true, where everything you want can be yours, if and only if you're willing to work for them, you're willing to hurt for them, but most of all, you're willing to be first for them. Ha, look, I'm going straight to the top. I don't know how I would stop, like it or not. I got some goals that I'm hitting. You hear what I'm spitting? It's hot. Look what I got. Whole lot of passion and pain. The road to success is insane. Stay out my lane, cause I'm on a mission. I'm getting what stands in my way. Yeah, I'm a beast. I wouldn't play with me, baby. The way that I'm training is crazy, and I do it daily. You wanna talk about drive? I got more drive than Mercedes. I've never been lazy. I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Ha, yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Ha, yeah, I gotta be first. Look, I don't want anyone's sympathy. I understand what it's meant for me. I give my focus and energy. If it's meant to be, then it's meant to be. But mentally, I'm undefeated. They hear that and say I'm conceited. Like there's no reason. Like I don't beat them and come back again just to teach them that when you work under pressure, you reach higher measures. They'll try and bring you down, but you cannot let them, and only get better and focus on cheddar. Eye on the prize and you'll become a legend. Like, when I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Ha, yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Ha, yeah, I gotta be first. They don't know what's gotten into me, how'd I turn pain into energy. Through all the struggle and hurt, remember my worth, and that's why I gotta be first.